Open Access Data Centers, Lagos, Canadian Consulting, Zoho, and our technical partners, PwC. As we go further in our agenda, we'll be receiving the publisher of Business Day, Mr. Frank Aibogun, for the welcome address. Please, as it comes up, please put your hands together as it comes up. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and let me warmly welcome the DG of NAFDAC, distinguished professor. You're very welcome, madam. Welcome. I must say very quickly before I proceed that I had the honor of flying on the same flight with you. You probably didn't know. We came out of Amsterdam on a KLM flight some months ago. I sat on the other side, and what struck me once I recognized you was that virtually all of the flight you were busy on your laptop. And I was dozing and sleeping. And I was very upset with myself. But then I said to myself, after all, I am not a professor. So, madam, welcome. You can see that we have been following you. And we are very great admirers of your achievements at NAFDAC. We congratulate you, madam, and we welcome you. And our prayer is that God will continue to grant grace to you to continue to do the work for your fatherland. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here this morning for an interesting dialogue. NAFDAC is an agency for industrialization and economic development. At Business Day, working with our stakeholders, we thought it would be fitting to have a dialogue like this where NAFDAC, being a regulator, can be able to speak directly to stakeholders whose business activities are impacted and regulated by NAFDAC. And that is the primary reason why we are here this morning. In a time of considerable misinformation and sometimes deliberate falsehood, we consider it good that stakeholders come together for very, very fertile exchange of ideas that help to promote development in our economy. So we are very grateful that Madam Professor gave us a convenient date as today to be with us and be with all the other stakeholders in Lagos this morning. We have had opportunity in the past with our colleagues searching out and just researching some of the great work that the DG has been doing. And some of them we have reflected very admirably on the pages of Business Day. Today, you will hear the professor directly. She will speak directly. She will be able to take questions. We have also assembled other officials of the agency, including directors, who will be speaking to us this morning. And we will then, of course, as you would imagine at at an occasion like this, have a panel to advance the exchange of ideas and to further ensure that there is the expected understanding on some of the issues that will be explored this morning. So without any further ado, I think all I need to do is to say to Madam Professor, welcome. We are very delighted that you're here this morning. And of course, we feel it a privilege and honor to be able to partner with NAFDAC. And for all other of our guests, we welcome you warmly, and we expect that the time you will spend with us today will be worth your while. We do not want to waste any more of your time. We have a good number here in terms of participants already, so why not get going? I welcome you and I invite you to be active in participating at this dialogue. DG, welcome, madam. And ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you warmly. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Truly want to apologize for mentioning the sponsors that were earlier said. That was an error on my behalf. I apologize for that. We want to recognize NAFDAC for their role in making today successful. Once again, we really appreciate you. Also like to acknowledge the presence of our keynote speaker and the Director General of National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, Professor Moji Christiana Adeyeye. We also like to recognize here present Mr. Victor Abiola, the Director, Central Drug Control Laboratory, Dr. Rametu Momodu, Director of Veterinary Medicine and Allied Products. Also, Mrs. Yeduni Adenuga, the Director, Narcotics and Controlled Substances. Also, Mrs. Eva Edwards, the Director of Food Safety and Applied Nutrition. All protocols duly observed. For the first presentation today, we'll be taking a presentation by Mr. Victor Abiola. Is he present? We'll be taking a presentation by Mr. Victor Abiola, the Director of Central Drug Control Laboratory. Please make him feel welcome with a round of applause as he comes up stage. Thank you. Okay, so we'll be taking our keynote speaker. But before she comes up stage, I would read a citation for a bit. Our keynote speaker is Professor Moji Christiana Adeyeye. She's the Director General, National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control. Professor Moji is the Director General of National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, where she has added strong governance structure and regulatory strengthening to NAFDAC through disciplined and motivating workforce, updating of regulations and guidelines, strengthening the local pharmaceutical companies through international best practices, and encouraging local production. She has brought NAFDAC from insolvency to solvency. She refocused the agency through quality management system approach and WHO global benchmarking to be standard operating procedure driven organization that has embraced international standards and best practices. This has resulted in attainment of ISO 9001 to 2015 in 2019. Also, she changed the culture of the National Drug Control Laboratory. She changed the culture of NAFDAC to customer-focused and agency-minded establishment in order to safeguard the health of the nation. The Director General, Professor Moji Christiana Adeyeye, she's keenly involved in the lot release, post-approval safety, monitoring and traceability of COVID-19 vaccines that is focused on visibility of COVID-19 vaccine supply chain using GSI-driven technology nationally and continentally. She has initiated research collaboration with several institutions as a means of increasing staff competency and improving regulatory research. To not take any more of our time, I'd like for us to make welcome the keynote speaker, Professor Moji Christiana Adeyeye, as she comes up for the keynote address.
Thank you so much. It's good to be here. We like to interact, we meaning NAFDAC. We like to interact with our clients and with the country at large. Why so? Because every item that we regulate gets in the hands of almost all Nigerians daily. I want to thank making this suggestion for the interaction, and I want to thank all the directors that are here. You can have a vision, but you don't have people to drive that vision. It's going to be of no outcome. It will be negative outcome. So I want to thank all our directors, our staff across the nation. When you think of a regulatory agency, you think it is about locking down shops or locking down companies and making these rules and regulations. Yes. But it is it's also about the economic output. Without regulation, you cannot have sustained economic output because the industry has to be regulated. So my outline is going to be following something like this. Strong regulatory agency, very, very important. I will go through that. What we call market authorization, focusing on exchange of regulated products among clients, approval, of course, from the regulatory agency. We're going to talk about market control. How do we control the markets so that things will not get out of control, so to say. Next, please. I got to NAFDAC in 2017, November. after having been out of the country for 37 years. But I am a strong believer in God directing the steps of those who call on him. And I happened to go through a university where I spent 29 years as a professor. And upon getting to that university, I didn't know that they were almost bankrupt in the US. And the president of the university, who came just 6 months before me, the new president, said that he has looked at the books of the university and that everybody in the university needs their brains washed. So we started brainwashing by going through training, quality management system training, for 2 years, focusing on the customers. Our customers in the university are the students. Everybody must down their tools, whatever they are doing, and head to the union building for the weekly brain washing. How to put your customer first. How to put your customer first. How to do proper documentation of what you are doing. How to digitize your processes to make it transparent. We did that for about 2 years. I did not know that I was being prepared for NAFDAC. This was 1989 and fast track to 2017. So that is 11 plus 17, 28 years. So when I got to NAFDAC, I knew that our brains have to be washed also. Why so? Because we deal with manufacturers whose investment depends on what NAFDAC does. We deal with children. We deal with pregnant women in terms of the medicines that they take. We deal with all of us in terms of water that we drink, the food that we drink, or we take rather. So we started quality management system in 2018, January or February, 2 months after my resumption. And we went through that training. I don't know, is Mrs. Fudu here? It's not here. Okay, that's fine. And we attained ISO 9001-2015 in 2019. ISO 9001-2015. Since then, we've been recertified every year. We became a self-auditing agency, meaning you look at the mirror, say, how do I look? Do I have pimples here or where? How do I treat it? If I treat some things this year, some other things may come up next year. You look at the mirror again, we need to do another self-auditing. So we've been doing self-auditing since 2019. And we have been recertified ever since. Meaning it is not a one-off thing. It is continuous improvement. Restructuring of the leadership. Who is a leader? A leader is somebody that is self-aware, who has self-awareness. What am I doing right? What am I doing wrong? A leader is somebody that will look at the strengths of the followers or the key followers and tap on the strength and realize that the followers may also have weaknesses, and start working on the weaknesses. A leader is somebody that is not afraid to be unpopular. If you are looking for popularity, you cannot be a leader. As a parent, when my children were young, they would do something, I would spank them, and then I will ask them, why did I spank you? I want them to think. It was not because I'm punishing them. It's because I'm trying to correct them. Because when you think of what you have done, the probability of repeating it decreases. There are other attributes of a leader. I will just leave it that way. When I got to NAFDAC, the first day I met with directors. The same day I met with the union. Because NAFDAC was always on strike, from what I was told. The staff were not treated well. And you cannot have staff that are not motivated and you think you're going to achieve anything. You can love your staff, but you have to also discipline them, just like, raising up children, because we are all fallible. So you use one hand to spank them, another hand to caress them. Of disciplined and motivated workforce. We increased the directorates to 26 from 13. Why so? I will give an example of one of the directorates that time, the laboratory. The laboratory directorate had about 450 staff, controlled by one director in Lagos. 450 across the nation, controlled by one director in Lagos. I knew there's a problem. How can a director in Lagos know what is happening in Agulu on a daily basis? So we started breaking down directorates for effective management. When you're building a house, you don't get to the dining room and say, oh, this is the dining room, I'm going to decorate it and do everything and leave all the other. You just keep building. That was what we were doing. We were building and building, because this 26 directory didn't happen overnight. Then we realized that the line of report may become challenging to the DG. And as early as last year, the coordinating minister, Professor Pate, looked at our 26 directorates, said, oh, the line of reports are many. I said, yes, you're right, but we've already started reconstructing at that point into what is called focus groups. So the focus groups then became coordinating directors, and I'm going to show that. That is what happens when there's growth. Then you stop and say, okay, what do we need to now readjust? When I got to NAFDAC, food registration was in Lagos. So if you want to register in Gombe, you have to come to Lagos. No, that's not the way to run an organization. So we decentralized our food registration to zonal for ease of doing business. And we are talking of economic impact of our regulation. I believe that has driven a lot of the economy of Nigeria positively because we decentralized. When I got to NAFDAC, I met 3.2 billion naira debt and 500 million naira that was spent 2 months before I arrived. I said 500 million? Million was still, naira was still good. 1 million was $2,000. I said, you mean you spent 500 times $2,000 in 2 months? In America, we count dollar one by one. I couldn't wrap my head around it. But I knew that we couldn't move forward with debt. I was raised by my mom, dad, grandparents not to owe people. In the Bible, it says, a borrower is a slave to a lender. And I knew that if I was going to drive the ship of NAFDAC, we have to clear the debt. I was told nobody pays debt in Nigeria. I said, okay, we are going to pay our debt. During the process of paying the debt, we start learning how not to owe money. And my admin directors, the exchequer, the finance director will know for the first 2 years, it was tough. They will bring a requisition or request to me that should take 5 minutes. We may spend 1 hour on it. I said, no, we have to cut this and cut that because we can use that to buy a vehicle. We didn't have vehicles. And vehicles are not luxury in NAFDAC. They are legs, our legs, for inspection. We can use this to buy a computer. No single director had a laptop in 2017 in NAFDAC. A NAFDAC bought laptop. NAFDAC, because they had their own private, The laboratory, I got there, I think my second week I went to the Oshodi laboratory. And as soon as I got back to the office, my PA, who is still here, said, Mama, you have to go home. I said, why? He said, your countenance has changed. I was shell-shocked. I was in the US for 37 years, as a professor for 30 years, in the lab. So I know everything about lab in terms of making sure that quality is built in. So we have to pay the debt, and in 1 year, we paid the debt. We paid the debt, but it was tough on our staff. I cut down travels, unnecessary travels. March of 2018, I started Zoom. They said, Zoom? What's Zoom? You mean we won't be going to Lagos for meetings if we have, if we are in Abuja, vice versa? I said, no, you won't be going to Lagos, Because at that point in the global history, the world has become small. This was way before the pandemic. Our staff generally didn't like it, but they embraced it. They weren't used to it. And during the pandemic, they became the poster child of an MDA. Mrs. Ogbeide, it's not here. I think it was her. She said, we're going to use Zoom during the pandemic. I said, what is Zoom? Oh, we've been using it for 3 years, in NAFDAC. That is what the economy of an agency can do. If you control the economy of an agency, you can do many things that you would never, ever think that you can do. Next, please. What does quality management system, what does it do on any agency? Changing of mindset, brainwashing, creating a culture of quality. If I'm thinking of you as a customer and I respect you, whatever job that I'm doing in NAFDAC, whether as an accountant, a laboratory scientist, or analyst, or whatever, I will be thinking of the customer. Quality culture. Transparency and accountability. Our website was not good. So we started rebuilding our website so that anybody, any part of the world can Google nafdac.gov.ng and see as much as they are able to see. They can see. When you do documentation, you have transparency. If you don't do documentation, anything goes. You have accountability. You can monitor your processes and performance in a transparent environment. You can think of key performance indicators. It leads to robust governance with what we have achieved. The global, of course, the ISO 9001, the global benchmarking, ISO 9004, risk management, ISO 31000, and so on. It prepares an agency, it helps an agency to know how to manage risks because you are more sensitive to the processes and what may go wrong at one point or the other. It trained us, or it continues to train us on business continuity. What if there's an emergency? What do I do? It gave us international recognition, ISO 9001. These directors most of these directors that you are looking at, when Mr. Ibogu said he saw me working on my laptop, that's what they do. That is what they do. We are spinning gold out of hay for the sake of our own customers. Next, please. Talking of rebuilding of the leadership, of course, I report to the governing council. And then a lot of directors used to report to me. All these boxes at the bottom, if you add them up, they're about 26. They were reporting to me before. And then we decrease the line of reports. What is that doing? It's also building skills in the coordinating directors to know how to manage a group, how to manage risks. And we've just corrected this. On the right-hand side, the director of finance, of course, reports to me. The PRS, planning, research and statistics, the human resources, the legal report to me directly. And then the coordinating directors that directorship was built on our functions: market control, market authorization, zonal distribution of our directors. And on the left-hand side, of course, you have the ICT that is under my office, the procurement audit, the Office of Trade and International Relations, And then the bottom part is another thing that changed us. The quality management office, the health and health what? Health, safety and environment. I just came back. I came back from Abuja late in the night, so bear with me. Yes. The Office of Research, the Global Benchmarking Office, all these last 4 layers or boxes report to me directly. Because the ICT is very important. Without a robust ICT, you cannot have a transparent organization. The quality management system reports to me directly. The global benchmarking that led us to maturity level 3 reports to me directly to cut down unnecessary steps so that we can get work done. That has been extremely helpful to us in NAFDAC. Next, please. In terms of staff, we have about 2,000 staff. We are gender balanced. We're a multidisciplinary organization. These 2,000 staff is the worst shortage of staff that an agency can have. Indonesia is 280 million people. Nigeria is 220 million people. My counterpart agency in Indonesia has 20,000 staff. We have 2,000. So whatever you see that is being done by the directors, through the directors, is spinning gold out of hay. Why? Because we don't have time to waste. We need to save lives from falsified medicines. We need to save lives from unwholesome food. We need to save children under 5, deaths of children under 5 by doing good post-marketing surveillance. We don't have time. Next, please. Still talking about strong regulatory agency as a mandatory tool to have in order to drive the economy. And you know, economy, when it comes to regulatory, if you are healthy, you are wealthy. Sick people will not have any strength to do any work. Aside from, that's the general health, but when it comes to clients, investment, it is mandatory. To do that, we started building infrastructure. Most of our offices are in secretariats, federal government secretariats in the different states. And you know, secretariats can be 10 floors, 12 floors. And as a critical agency for the MSMEs, as you're going to see, we have more than 25,000 MSMEs. For them to bring their samples to 8th floor or 10th floor or whatever became very challenging. So we started building state offices and laboratories. We started reactivating our ICT with hardware, software, digitalization. We started equipping our laboratories because, like I said, when I got to Oshodi, about 80% of the equipment were not working. And somebody called me when I made, I don't know, some press briefing, and said, "You mean 80% of your equipment are not working?" From the presidency. I said, "Yes." The presidency gave us about 700 million at that point, about 2018. But that was just a drop in the bucket in terms of what we needed, because one equipment can cost up to 300 million naira before the depreciation of naira. Now it may be 600 million. One equipment. Thus far, we have invested from our own revenues. We have two revenues. One is what you call internally generated. One is user fees, what people pay us to do X, Y, Z. We have used more than 6 billion naira on our laboratory, and we have not finished. It's still ongoing. I mentioned vehicles are not luxury. 140 vehicles, we are not done yet. My vision is to have 3 vehicles per state based on senatorial districts. 3 times 36, 108. Then we have the technical departments. We have the post-marketing surveillance. We have the enforcement. And you know, for enforcement, you cannot ride Okada. You know. So this is just 140 vehicles. It's still a drop in the bucket. All this reorganization to unlock the economic value chain, because once you control the quality of what you are regulating, there's high confidence with the manufacturer, with the consumers. They will have sustained trading. All this led to us getting maturity level 3, recognition by WHO in 2022. Only 30% of agencies in the world have maturity level 3. I mentioned that we kept improving our laboratories, and we're still ongoing. But the Central Drug Lab in Yaba was recognized as WHO pre-qualified laboratory in 2023. Only 11 laboratories in Africa have this recognition. Why is this so important? If you don't have a good laboratory, you cannot have good results. If you don't have good results, it means we are gambling with our clients. We are gambling with the nation, and we are not. So we needed to ensure that our laboratories are well equipped, well staffed. We are still in the process of, it's an ongoing process. Next, please. The maturity level 3 we got is not one-off. Meaning WHO will keep checking on us. They are coming in November to check whether we are maintaining it. It is money that we use to maintain. It is staff that we use to maintain. But like I said, we are now self-auditing agency, SOP-driven organization to identify our strengths, our weaknesses as we move on every year. We conduct, of course, that's essentially what it means, internal benchmarking. As a roadmap for successful assessment. They are coming in November to look at where we are, because our journey is towards maturity level 4. Our journey is after maturity level 4 is world listed authority. And what does that do economically speaking? When we have maturity level 4 and world listed authority, products that we approve, medical products that we approve after that date can be traded globally. That is how important quality is to trade. Next, please. Next, please. In terms of construction or construction of state offices, why we are doing it to ease doing business, and also for our global benchmarking. All these are tied together. Why is WHO doing global benchmarking? It's tied to trade. If you don't have good regulatory system, you cannot have good quality. If you don't have good quality, on the short run, you may be able to trade. On the long run, everybody will know, yeah, oh yeah, it's coming from that country. You better don't touch them. So, we have about 28 projects, 26 projects. 4 has been commissioned in terms of state offices. 5, maybe 7 now completed. 9 are ongoing, and there are 8 new projects. Why? Because the environment that you live in determines your psyche or influences your psyche. If our staff gets to an office where the chairs are tattered, the tables are falling off, the customers coming in to see tattered chairs and bad environment, it affects the psyche. And our staff spend 8 to 10 hours on the job out of 24. It is extremely important for them to feel comfortable, but more important is our clients. Next, please. These are just quick shots of many of the things that we are doing. The upper left is the Yaba lab, the Central Drug Lab. When they came to benchmark us the first time, 2019, they said, your lab is too small. You need to build a new one. And it took us a while going through the bureaucratic process, but we got it done last year, 2023. The one in the middle there is for our export office in Ikeja. The upper right panel is our vaccines lab that is about 80% complete in Oshodi. And the bottom left is just one example of our state office. We have a prototype offices in many states now. This is the inside, the middle panel at the bottom is the inside of our laboratory with equipment. It's not just building a lab. What is inside the lab? It's money. A lot of money. Next, please. I mentioned that we had to re-evaluate the structure of our laboratories, and with that also comes the improvement in their quality system. I met 4 laboratories that are ISO 17025 qualified before I came to NAFDAC. Since then, we have been re-qualified, because it's one thing to have ISO 17025. If you do not get re-qualified, that's a problem, and it's an international body that does it. And then we had the vaccines lab also newly in 2019, January, I believe, got ISO accreditation 17025. And our vaccines lab in Lagos is the only lab for vaccines and biologics in sub-Saharan Africa. The only lab. South Africa has a lab, but that lab is not within the agency, contracted out. It's the only lab in a regulatory agency in sub-Saharan Africa. And we test, the different labs test different products or combination of products. Like I said, we are multidisciplinary agency. We are a scientific organization. food science, pharmacy, engineering, medical science. We have doctors, we have veterinarians, we have lawyers, you know. Next please. Regulatory and economics. I've started mentioning it. You don't think of NAFDAC as very important in economics, but yes, we have to. If we are building quality into our systems. We upgraded our zonal structure for ease of doing business to reposition NAFDAC to meet PEBEC demands. So the zones became directorates headed by directors. So on one hand, we are easing doing business. On the other hand, we are also trying to make sure that there's career advancement, so that many deputy directors will not retire as deputy directors. They will have chance of getting to directorship, aside from having manageable units. So it is a three-pronged attack, so to say. So we have directorates in the zones headed by directors, where product registration takes place, product inspection, post-marketing surveillance, pharmacovigilance. There are units, there are mini NAFDAC in the 36 states. This empowered us to drive our mandate and to ensure that our MSMEs are well taken care of. Next, please. Next, please. The functions of zonal offices, like I said, product registration, product sampling, inspection, sanctions, mop-ups, following post-marketing surveillance, sensitization. They are closest to our customers. Transmitting activities of the agency, conducting surveys of food, of drugs, to ensure that we have a robust idea of the prevalence of whatever. And they also provide oversight functions to the states. So the zonal structures have helped us a lot in NAFDAC. Next, please. I brought this slide in to know the importance of having manageable units and also the impact on economy. Before 2018, we were importing ready-to-use therapeutic foods for children that are malnourished. I got this slide from UNICEF. We started capacitating our food manufacturers, whether in Lagos or in the States. And little by little, we started increasing their quality outputs. The manufacturers were inspected, product tested, in a way hand-holding these special manufacturers. There are more than 3, just using this example. Hand-holding them in order to be able to make quality products. Therefore, by 2023, we have almost eliminated importation of these products. And this is UNICEF, because UNICEF buys these products for as their commodities for their programs. So the synergy that can be built between regulatory and economy cannot be overstated. Next, please. Next, please. Talking of the zonal offices and the success towards the Nigeria economy, you can see the activities at the different zones. Southwest zone, products registered, to Southeast zone. Roughly, this number of products about 35,000. We have about 27,000 MSMEs. These products are now approved at the zonal level, where before it was Lagos. At the zonal level and also the Lagos State Office and FCT Office. Over 40 million MSMEs employ about 80% of Nigeria population. And they contribute about 50% to the country's GDP. Our own part of it is, our MSME is about 27,000. The products about 35,000. That is how much work our staff do on a daily basis. Because these 35,000 products have to be registered, have to be screened, have to be tested, have to be inspected. The fact that your MSME doesn't mean we will leave you to just make anything. No, we have to inspect them. That is why I underscore our shortage of staff. Next, please. When it comes to pharmaceutical manufacturing, that has become a big thing because, first, our pharmaceutical manufacturing, local manufacturing, is so challenged. That sector is extremely challenged because the only thing they do not import is water. And the water has to be treated. And the water has to be treated. Okay. So we started thinking of local manufacturing. We did a short study where the 5 products that are imported are also the 5 products that are manufactured in Nigeria. We said it doesn't make sense. So we started 5 plus 5. Meaning your last renewal will be your last renewal. After you have done 5 years, forever. Your last renewal will be your last renewal, so long as we can manufacture those products in Nigeria. That was 2019. This is to provide the agency a strong foothold for enhancing local regulatory oversight. We get more quality from our local manufacturers now because once we know, that a manufacturer is compromising, we get there in 2 weeks, in 2 hours. We shut them down permanently or temporarily, or we shut lines down. As we speak, we shut lines down. We shut the whole facility down sometimes, temporarily, or we shut them down permanently. Why? Because we are trying to safeguard the health of the nation. Next, please. This is part of unlocking the economic value chain, which my Oga, the coordinating minister, is really pushing. We have 20 newly registered local manufacturers before the Naira started somersaulting. They have completed erection of WHO compliant facilities. 143 applications were received for regulatory review. We now have a division for farmer layout where we actually look at the architectural blueprint to make sure that from the beginning you are doing it right. Of the 105 applications that have received regulatory approval, 35% have completed this construction. Unfortunately, this is what is really heartbreaking, and why the executive order that happened last week is the best news for NAFDAC. Because at the height of all these companies doing reconstruction and whatnot, Naira fell. So what they were supposed to buy for $1, Naira became 3 Naira, 4 Naira. Next, please. We also have what is called NAFDAC ceiling. There were 9 products under that ceiling that you cannot bring into the country. Working with our clients, our stakeholders, the manufacturers, we increased that 9 to 34 products that you cannot bring in, because we have capacity to do it. However, everything has to be imported. That is why this executive order is the best news. Because now 0 tariff for 2 years, I believe a lot of positive outcomes will happen. Our maturity level 3 has also worked in favor of our manufacturers, because they can now register. If they are very aggressive, they can register their products in different countries in Africa. Because they will say, oh, you have maturity level 3? Yeah, and it's happening already. Next, please. The executive order, I've forgotten the number that says you should buy from local, is now taking effect. Meaning the National Insurance, NHIA, National Health Insurance Agency, is now considering purchasing from our local manufacturers. But these local manufacturers have been taken through a lot of grilling, because we started roadmap, quality roadmap, good manufacturing practice roadmap with them. We categorize them into low risk, medium risk, high risk. Not punitive. If you take our corrections, you can quickly move, well, relatively quickly, move from high risk to medium, or medium to low. If you are not, we shut that company down, because it means they are not thinking, or they don't have capacity to improve on their processes. Next, please. In terms of medical devices, we had a meeting with the Honorable Coordinating Minister 2 days ago. In terms of syringes and in vitro diagnostics, we are now hand-holding our syringes companies, our in vitro diagnostic companies, to get to where they're supposed to get to quickly in terms of quality, so that WHO can recognize them, so that they can even send their products for approval to stringent regulatory countries like US, Canada, Europe, and so on. So we are doing hand-holding in order to drive the economy of this country. But health is wealth. We are doing hand-holding for manufacturers of pediatric beta-lactam antibiotics, and using the low medium as pilot to do aggressive inspection testing in order for them to get to an internationally qualified status. Of course, is to prevent death of under 5-year-old children from pneumonia and other childhood infections. Next, please. Maternal, we're also protecting the maternal population, or maternal health products. Ready-to-use therapeutic food, I've mentioned that. Multiple micronutrient supplementation. We are working with manufacturers locally so that we don't need to import multiple micronutrient supplementation commodities, because we have capacity to do that. Next, please. And that brings in the executive order. So all the things we have been doing have been captured. They have been captured under this executive order. We started 2018 with our roadmap, the 5+5, 2019, the farmer operations 2019, the layout review in 2021, the ceiling 34 in 2021, and holding as like I mentioned, in 2023. Next, please. That brings us to market control. We have to be able to control what we have approved, what we have manufactured, to prevent, to detect, and to respond in case there are substandard falsified medicines, to ensure compliance with statutory requirements. We formed focus group, like I mentioned, that partly turned to coordinating directorship, so that the silo mentality that comes with civil service, we melt that down and we start talking. What are we doing that can improve drug manufacturing? What are we doing that can improve food manufacturing? What are we doing that can improve chemical control, and so on and so forth? Next, please. We have the Port Inspection Directorate that is highly digitized, using what is called the Data Capture and Risk Management System, PIDCAMS, where all imports and export trade documents are electronically verified, now using QR codes to eliminate falsification and forgery. When I got to NAFDAC, 5 billion naira was evaded. Before I got to NAFDAC, 5 billion naira worth of sanctions, or not even sanctions, port revenue was evaded. We went after them. We were able to recover maybe almost 800 million. But some of the companies just give false addresses. It will be in a gutter somewhere, you know. So that is why we became highly digitized. Next, please. Part of our market control is making sure that products that we approve in NAFDAC, when they are coming in from India and China, they are the two countries where we get a lot of our imports. Before they leave China or India, we have pre-shipment testing. These are products that we have approved. But this pre-shipment scheme, what we call Clean Report and Inspection Analysis Scheme, has helped us greatly. Because some of the products that we have approved, when they are now manufacturing for market, some of them may not have anything. Some of them will have low, some of them may not disintegrate. If it's tablet, you take it and you excrete it. So we cut them right before shipment. We've had over 140 consignments of substandard products that we stopped from coming in from 2020 March to 2023. Great improvement in compliance, prevents treatment failure, and allows overall good health outcomes. NAFDAC has received inquiries from different African NRAs, agencies like us, for this adoption of the CRIA. Next, please. Our market control is multi-headed, hydra-headed. We use many strategies to control our market. Local manufacturing, that's part of the big one. Track and trace. NAFDAC is the leading agency in Africa, second leading in the world, to use barcoding to know where products are going. It's a long journey. We started with vaccines. Now we are starting with anti-malarials, antibiotics, antiretroviral, and anti-tuberculosis, and narcotics. Media sensitization, mobile authentication system scheme, mass, scratch, and track. Good manufacturing practice, which I've mentioned. Regulations, of course. I've mentioned CRIA. The Coordinated Wholesale Center, CWC, you will hear a little bit about it later. Post-marketing surveillance, part of controlling the CWC. I&E is investigation and enforcement. Collaborations with other agencies, using handheld devices, TrueScan, and Green Book. If you Google Green Book, you can download it. It has our registered products. It's still ongoing. We've registered over 7,000 products, drug products in the Green Book. You can put it on your cell phone. Next, please. Part of the market control is technology. I just mentioned it. We've used that barcoding, GS1 technology to inspect all. Actually, we used it for all the vaccines that came into the country during the pandemic. About 2 million secondary packages. Routine immunization now, we are doing that aside from COVID-19. We are doing anti-malaria, anti-tuberculosis, and antiretroviral, narcotics. So a lot is happening with NAFDAC. Next, please. Handheld devices, I've mentioned that, TrueScan, and the traceability. A lot of training is going on. It's changing the mindset. It's changing the status quo. So it takes a lot of training, and our staff have been all over using different forums for training. And before we were alone, we did it on our own because nobody understands traceability. And then when they knew that we are successful, we started getting support. Scanners, a lot of scanners now. One scanner is about $600, $700. You know. Next, please. Market control is investigation and enforcement, part of it. We have to, because we are dealing with people that want to cut corners, sometimes criminally. So we have to do what we have to do for compliance, conducting investigations, intelligence work, doing surveillance. You can see our staff doing what they are supposed to do, rain or shine. Next, please. It's not just drug, it's food. It's any commodity that we regulate. This was the cemetery market, Ezekiel market in Aba in December last year, where they were making fake wines. We do this not only ourselves, with police, with army, with DSS, with what is the fourth force? Yes, we have to. Civil defense, yes. We have to, because we are dealing with some people, not all, few actually, that are criminally minded. Next, please. This is our action, or us in action, in terms of open markets last year. We have open markets where anybody can trade anything in that open market for drugs. And based on a monumental judgment by Justice Ameboda, February 16 of this year, that what the government said before my time, they should do it. Move to coordinated wholesale centers where we can control them better. Kano has a coordinated wholesale center. So we started by force, 150 armed forces, moving them to the coordinated wholesale center. Sleepless nights, that is what NAFDAC does. A total of 1,427 shops and warehouses were sealed in Maikarami, Sabongari, Malamkato, between 17th and 18th February of this year. About 80% of the wholesale marketers have now moved to the CWC. This is part of market control. Why? Because if you have a good brand, you don't want your brand to be counterfeited. This is driving the economy of the country. Next, please. Of course, in terms of part of market control, safety monitoring. You want to be sure that what you are approving has clinical effectiveness. We have that also digitized, electronic clinical trial application platform. Next, please. Pharmacovigilance. Very important. You take medicine, you have side effects, How do I report the side effects or the serious side effects? We have what is called Med Safety app. You can download it free. That helped us. It improved our reporting about 15 times because of digital tool that we started using during the pandemic that we are still using now for different projects, pediatric, dolutegravir, and so on. Next, please. This is extremely important. It's actually a continental thing, the pharmacovigilance cohort, if I want to use that, that we are doing with other agencies in order to make sure that we are reporting side effects properly. And there are some side effects that may not be in the package insert, what comes inside the bottle, because of population. The way Africans will react may be different from the way Caucasian will react. That is the importance of pharmacovigilance. Next, please. In conclusion, NAFDAC is unlocking the economic value chain based on strong regulatory and strong reliance practices. We couldn't have done this without relying on others, our international partners, our other regulatory agencies that collaborated with us in one form or the other. What are we doing now? Continue self-auditing, maintain maturity level 3, attain maturity level 4 for vaccines, lot release, attain world listed authority status rather, open manufacturers, and this will open manufacturers of NAFDAC regulated products to global trade. It will increase our domestic GDP, gross domestic product. It will decrease unemployment. We are reaping dividends of the executive order of June 2024 and more unlocking of the value chain. It makes the difficult journey much easier. Thank you very much.
DG, thank you so very much. I'm sure you know already how very cynical we can be as a people, especially of government and the people who serve in government. And even in the media, how so cynical the media can be as well. What you have said now provides exceptional, profound enlightenment for our people. And I'm glad because you have not just addressed those of us in the room here. This program is being taken live on YouTube. And there is a significant audience that you have addressed who are outside of this room. It's amazing the connection that you have made between the work that you do and advancing the Nigerian economy, especially through the ease of doing business. And I must commend you for especially the decentralization of registration that you have enabled that ensures that people, small businesses, medium-sized businesses across the country do not all have to troop to Lagos or troop to the FCT for routine registration. Madam, I indeed commend you. You know, this story has to be told, and told to every household in Nigeria. That NAFDAC is not just an agency to hear of when business premises or shops are being sealed. And that indeed, when you seal up shops, it is because other measures have failed. You know, what strikes me the most is how you are elevating the work to ensure that when we are told that this is from Nigeria, that it carries a credible voice across the world, especially in the sub-region into which our people have the opportunity to export. This story has to be told, not just today, but told for all times. Because in truth, the mandate that NAFDAC has, you are discharging and making to come true. Once again, I commend you, madam. Thank you so much, Madam Professor. We would have the opportunity, as you would imagine, to take some questions. It's not all the time that the professor will be available for us to ask questions. So we'll take the mic around. I think we can take 3 or 4 questions, and I will implore all of us that as you ask your question, please introduce yourself and then ask the question and make it as brief as you can so we are able to take this around as much as possible. Before we take the questions, let me also announce that we have, we have as our host the Lagos State government, and our friend from the Ministry of Trade and Commerce is here. The permanent secretary in the ministry is here this morning just to ensure that Lagos is a good host to us. Mr. Permanent Secretary, we welcome you, sir. Thank you. I have seen one hand up, and thankfully it's okay. Okay, all right. We will start with, Madam Professor is a madam, so we'll give the women priority this morning. Yes, please.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Bosun Sholari. Well done, ma. Just briefly, what I have known, I know so much about NAFDAC, but most of us have known is about Dora Akoili. And I give it to you, ma. God bless you. I'm a member of LCCI, the immediate past chairman of Expo Group, a member of Lagos MSME, a member of non-oil exporters, a member of Talking Trade. In fact, from Talking Trade, I was invited here. And now, I am representing a lot of MSMEs. And bulk of what we heard today, it's even about medicals and co. But we have a lot of challenges, ma. And God bless this day and NAFDAC for bringing today to pass that I am seeing today. Because I have done a lot of interventions with SIPE. I was on SIPE program about 2 years ago, and severally, and I keep writing, and I'm sure some NAFDAC staff will know me. Is it possible for MSMEs, because we may not be able to solve our own, bulk of our problems are on policies. Is it possible for us, ma, that we can have an audience, you can organize something like this for MSMEs where we can table all our issues, because we really need you. From what you have said today, we believe you will be able to solve our problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Is it possible for Madam Professor to organize a direct group of MSMEs to be able to engage with them to solve some of their problems? Yes, Permanent Secretary.
Thank you very much. I'm standing up not just as a representative of government, but passionately, I decided to come here to come and listen to Prof. I think we need to, I'm Dr. Aino Lugbemigayola, professionally a medical doctor, a consultant pediatrician, neonatologist, who also now turned into a public administrator. And I must congratulate the whole nation that we have succeeded in putting a round peg in a round hole. And also to say, NAFDAC is a Nigerian brand of which we should be ready to defend anywhere at whatever price. The last time I interacted with NAFDAC was, I think that was before your era. Then I was a medical director of a general hospital. And then something slipped through our net then. That was about 10 years ago. The case of gatufloxacin. And some doctors were busy writing it. Some funny pharmaceutical importers imported it. Of course, this was a drug that was banned by FDA in America. And when I got to know about it, I wrote to NAFDAC. And within 24, 48 hours, that drug was withdrawn from the market. Then I knew we have an agency to protect. And that is the only one we have. And now, I also want to congratulate you, because mine is more of a comment. I also want to congratulate you for actually, making that change. Because sometimes you come in as a professional and you stay in change management for so long, especially within a bureaucratic organization. As government agencies, we know we have a silotic, machinistic structure. And that you have been able to manage very well. So I want to congratulate you. Also congratulate a lot of your directors that have given you that support. The journey is still long, because ours is a dynamic society. And I want to now ask, what do we have in terms of plan for outsourcing a lot of our regulatory issues? Because that may be the final destination. Because where you want to monitor 24 million people in Lagos and 200 and something million people in the whole of Nigeria with 2,000 staff, you said, it's not possible. And we have a population that is going at a geometric progression, and then staff recruitment is just at an arithmetic pace. So that is something I would want you, if you have any plans for that. We've been doing it skeletally. I know in Lagos State we have done it. For example, when it comes to blood transfusion, we know we cannot screen all the blood. So what did we do? We licensed some labs to do it on our behalf, and we monitor the quality of those labs. Since you have attained ISO certification, I think the agency should give us its plan or start planning towards how we also pick people that will do a lot of these functions on your behalf, and you license them, and then from there we get a wider reach. Precisely. Thank you very much.
Thank
and
you, sir.
Also, I'm giving you the opportunity of, though you're going to come there, there's a larger gathering for MSMEs by Lagos State, whereby Mr. Governor himself had invited heads of corporate organizations at his instance on the issue of ease of doing business. And we think one of the organizations that must come and give a speech and explain to you is NAFDAC. SON is also coming, also CBN, because these are all issues
that's on Tuesday next week.
On Tuesday next week, 9th of July. I think it will be a gathering that is worth attending. Thank you once again for doing a good job. The Lord will strengthen you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So Tuesday next week, there is an invitation to be able to be in a room with the governor just about ease of doing business. Business Day is very honored to be a partner in ensuring the success of that event on Tuesday. And even the point that has been made by Madam, we will talk to you later and talk to Madam Professor. We can help be an enabler to make that happen. But let's take some more questions. Thank you.
Thank you
Oh,
very
it's
much.
all women today.
Yes, because we have a woman who has made the case.
Very well. So you've come
and
out.
she has represented us so very well. We are so proud of you, ma'am. Very proud of you. Like Bosun, who is my friend, I represent so many BMOs. I will add the exporters to the list that she has made. Yes. And the network of entrepreneurial women under the NECA umbrella. Yes. I've been interacting with NECA as a representative of BMOs for more than 20 years. And only today do I fully understand the issues because of the systematic approach, the linkages, and how the presentation went. And so I sit here very comfortable I'm able to educate my people very well. We don't want to go to the issues because Bosu has already said we should have a forum. One of the greatest issues that MSME complains about is that NAFDAC expects us to come and pick officials to come and do our inspection. And I'm talking majorly about food now, not the drugs, because she didn't address the food that much. But when you see the number of vehicles that they have, it will take eternity for them to inspect you if you don't go to pick them. But perhaps we can find a way, whereas they should be able to take, the same way we will send an Uber to them, maybe the organization can use an Uber to come. Also, in this number of samples required, that is a major thing that needs to be dealt with immediately. And the fact that if you have 5 items, you are considered to be micro, and you can come at a lower rate. After 5 items, the rate shoots up so much. In this economy, most of people are playing truants. They cannot renew.
Okay.
So these are major issues.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So firstly, about facilitating inspection.
Inspection,
How
yes.
we can make that cost effective for SMEs.
Yes,
And
and
then
if you can, just like the Zoom, for instance, when we have international certification like HACCP and also all those ones, once we have done physical inspection, the rest is done online. We pay the fee is lower.
Okay, after the physical inspection.
After you've done the first inspection,
Okay,
most of
all
these
right.
other inspections are online.
We would hear Madam Professor.
Thank you.
The other point was about the fees. Okay, all right. I can see a lot of women saying, Madam Professor will answer. We can take one more question and, all right. I think, Madam Professor, it's time to take, I think it's time. Any other question? Oh, I hope you're not going to ask the same question that has been asked already. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. I'm Yetunde Adegbite, representing AWEP, Association of Women Entrepreneurs in Nigeria. I'm the Southwest Zone Vice President. I want to commend NAFDAC for the initiative of starting the cottage registration. It's really been helpful. But along the way, while you have been able to register under cottage and you intend to expand, I tried to make inquiries and I learned that if you want to expand under SME, you have to get a standalone apartment for them to come and inspect. You can't even just get a 3-bedroom flat that has other tenants sharing the same building with you. In this Lagos, it's very, very expensive.
Thank you very much. Very well taken. That's a point well taken. Thank you. Thank you. So it's not only in Lagos, it's everywhere. Okay. We will allow Madam Professor to answer the questions.
Thank you very much. Those questions are very, very good questions. What I didn't emphasize in my speech is risk-based sampling, risk-based inspection, because we cannot sample thousands and thousands. But we have to have a baseline before we know who is low risk, who is medium risk, who is high risk. Bear in mind that MSME started, I think 2017, correct? Yes, 2017, and we didn't do anything effectively until I came. Even at that point, it was only late 2018 that we decentralized, or middle 2018. So we have to have a baseline of who we can categorize as low, as medium, as high. So it's a process, something that you have never done before, and you started doing. And then the pandemic came. 2 years, we did not inspect. And people just did what they wanted. Some people did what they wanted. So we have to start all over, so to say. So we have been hampered by the pandemic, by time, the fact that we started this 2018 effectively, but it is part of our good regulatory practice to do risk-based sampling. If we come to your cottage industry or whatever, and we find out that you are so compliant, we will not inspect you frequently. For the roadmap for drugs, we did that roadmap inspection for about 6 months. And we went through 165 companies. I'm talking of major big companies. We used UNIDO standards. We cannot use lower standards because lower standard kill. Lower standard will kill. Food, I am a stickler when it comes to food, because I know that if I eat well, I will use less medicine. So we cannot lower our standard. We're in a new trajectory where we're using international standards. But the point is still taken that we shouldn't be, inspecting all companies. And video, you mentioned video, remote inspection. The food has been more proactive than even the drug. Why? Because a microgram more quantity of a particular of drugs that are low content, high, potency can kill. So the food part of our regulation has been, they did remote inspection. But it's a point well taken that our own food directors can improve on. Even for drug, FDA, EMA, Health Canada, they are forming consortium now, where if one of their group members inspected, they don't have to inspect. But this is all progressive. But your point is well taken. I should have mentioned risk-based sampling, risk-based inspection, so many risk-based approach that we are taking. In terms of outsourcing, it's logically good, but when it comes to testing, we have to be very, very careful. An agency approached me in 2018 that they will want to test our drugs. And that was when we started global benchmarking. I said, you want to test our drugs? And I believe it was only for revenue generation. I said, we are just starting being benchmarked. It means they will not only benchmark us, they will come and benchmark you. SAPRA, the equivalent of NAFDAC in South Africa, has an outside lab for vaccines and biologics. It is the only lab that is allowed. But SAPRA, that lab was benchmarked for vaccines because there are vaccines manufacturers in South Africa. And if a company can go through benchmarking that we are outsourcing that company may be. However, for our own benchmark, we had 868 recommendations that we needed to meet to get to maturity level 3. Because when you are talking of international standards, it's not a respecter of any nation. It's not because I know you are from my part of the world or whatever. No. It's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Did you meet up? Did you meet up? You didn't meet up? Sorry. That is the problem with outsourcing. When it comes to equipment, okay, my colleague the DG of NEPC visited us about 4 months or so ago in Oshodi. She could not believe her eyes. She said, let me see. Can you test vitamin K? Can you test vitamin A? Can you test this? We said, yes, yes. He said, really? But it costs, such equipment is about 300, 400 million naira. One equipment. Why do we have rejects? Products that were, quote unquote, tested. Why do they go back, come out being rejected overseas? Because they are unscrupulous. Laboratories. Pass, pass, pass. But over there, no pass. They will destroy them. In fact, they will ask them to bring that product out of their shop, back to our shops to destroy. So that is part of the challenge of outsourcing. We are not, okay, I was at a meeting in Kigali last week, and they were talking about renewal of products. And somebody said, oh, US, Canada, they don't do the renewal again. I said, hey, we're not US. We're not Canada. We will get there, but at this point in our history, we're going to do renewals. Why? Because most of our products come from India and China, where some unscrupulous importers and exporters connive to kill our people. I said it may happen 5 years, 10 years, but even that, as we speak, we are still doing risk-based registration or renewal. Why? Companies that come from stringent regulatory countries, we don't spend as much time with them. If you violate, I was in the US for 37 years, so I know, a little bit of what is going on there. If you violate FDA regulation as a company, if your company is worth 200 million, they will sue you for 205 million. We don't have that here. We don't have that here. So everybody is on their guard not to violate. Does that mean sometimes they don't cut? No, it is just relative. But if it's going to cost your company to close down, you would think twice. So that is part of why we cannot compare ourselves in terms of renewals with well-advanced countries. Picking of vehicles or asking companies for inspection is illegal. Anybody that asks you for that, please send the name and we will dismiss. We will dismiss that person. First of all, it is corruption. It is corruption. Does that mean our 140 vehicles are enough? No. No. Because we have, it's so saddening to me that people will ask companies to do X, Y, Z. It's corruption. And unfortunately, we keep quiet about it. Because somebody will call me and say, give me evidence. If I take it to council, if it's director, I have to take it to council. If it is less than director, the disciplinary committee made up of directors, we need evidence. If we don't have evidence, there's nothing we can do. That doesn't mean that if you need expedited inspection, you can pay for expedited inspection. But not, please send me Uber. Send me this to come and inspect. It is anathema for regulatory. In terms of the rate, yes. And I want to give an example now for our foreign inspection, we charged dollars. And it was good we charged dollars. Why? Before my time, we were doing charitable inspection for prescription medicine, and I think we were getting 325,000 naira, something like that. Eh? 1,000 naira, roughly. When we are going for inspection, we spend 6 million naira, and we get 325,000 naira. Say, that's why we went into debt. For 3 people, 6 million naira when naira was still strong. Then we reviewed our tariff. We did first review and second review in 2020. And we put in, and our directors did methodically, counted it to the nearest dollar. We cut down from 3 people going to 2. How much will it cost to fly to India, to South Africa, for 1 person, times 2? How much will it cost for accommodation, times 2? If they are doing internal flight, how much will it cost? We brought it to 10,500 or so. After the pandemic, everything changed. 2 people cannot go for $10,000 now, and we have not raised our tariff. We couldn't attempt to raise tariff at this point. Because now to get to India for 1 person is about 5 million plus. 2 people, 10 million plus. Accommodation for 5 days. Internal. So we are subsidizing right now. It's better to do that than to steer the boat. We cannot, because everybody is hurting. So in terms of the rate for the MSMEs, we have been so generous, over generous. Why? Because we have to start somewhere. The fact that you are MSMEs doesn't mean we're going to use half milliliter of acid if we are testing using chemistry to test your product. No. We're going to use the same process, the same chemistry to test like we do for large enterprises. We cut it down, I think it's like 1/10 of what large enterprises pay. Because chemistry doesn't change. We have, in fact, it is one thing that I've repressed. Let us not touch tariff right now. You say 5 items, yes, for low rate, and more than that, that the price is stiff. What is the price for more than 5 items, our directors? Huh? From what to what? From 37,000 to 50 something. Please take. They are the people in.
You see, when you move from nano or micro, you move to small. Beyond 5. So the pricing scheme shifts you from nano, micro to that of small. Then if you want to still advance further, there are companies that have 50, 100 ranges of this thing. Your price scheme will move to large. So those are the mega companies. All right, okay.
Yes. Again, times are tough. Times are tough, but we are sensitive to our customers because we still buy diesel the same rate as the micro. Let me tell you, it has been very difficult for us. The vehicles we are talking about, 2 years, 1.5 years ago, just before the campaign, we submitted to BPP to get 20 vehicles. We have not purchased those vehicles up till now. We're just about to. The 20 vehicles became 13 because of the naira falling down, you know. It has been difficult for us to procure things because prices have jumped. But our tariff has remained the same. Vehicles, we were buying Hilux for 30-something, 35 naira. Now it's about 35 million. Now it's about 70-something million or whatever. It's more than that, you know. So we are all in this boat. I hope I've answered the question, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sure you want to give the professor another round of applause. Thank you very much. We're going to do two things, given how much time we have spent already. We're going to merge our two panels and have one panel. So some of those who were originally intended to speak in the panel may not be able to speak, and even those who will take a shorter time to deal with it. We have presentations by our friends from NAFDAC who certainly would do well to complement the work that the DG has already done. And I'm going to implore you to please squeeze your presentation as much as you can. We will not say this director should present or the other should not. I don't think that would be fair, but I think it would be good. We cannot repeat what the DG has said. Areas in your presentation that helps to add to the value the DG has delivered would be much appreciated. Are we agreed, directors? Thank you very much. Thank you. Yesterday I was at a place where we were in the audience and we were told that when they ask a speaker to come to speak, we should clap for the speaker until the speaker gets to the place. And once in a while, the MC will say, I hope you haven't forgotten our deal. We will say, no, we have not forgotten. Okay, so we will start this round of presentations by our directors from NAFDAC by taking first the presentation by Victor Abiola, who is Director, Central Drug Control Laboratory. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Maybe 5-7 minutes.
You're my friend.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations to Business Day family for organizing this. More grace to your elbow. Good afternoon, Madam DG. Good afternoon, stakeholders, members of the press present. My presentation, my name is Victor, as introduced, and I'm actually the Coordinating Director of Marketing Authorization for Drugs. So I quickly try to rush through this because of the timely marketing authorization. I'm actually speaking on behalf of about 6 other directors that are not here. And I quickly go through what each directorate does and how their activities impact on the business activities in Nigeria. Next slide, please. So these are the directorates. We have the Drug Registration and Regulatory Affairs, Drug Evaluation and Research, Vaccine, Biological and Medical Devices Laboratory, Pharmacovigilance, Post-Marketing Surveillance, and Drug NAFDAC Laboratories. So these are just a brief outlook of what each and every directorate do. For instance, the drug registration, they are responsible for registration of drugs, the draft regulations, and they monitor adverts. Also, the drug evaluation research, evaluation and research, they are mostly concerned about inspection of premises. The vaccine and biologics laboratory that the DG mentioned is the only laboratory in Sub-Saharan Africa that tests vaccines and biologics. And we are proud that we are able to test all the COVID-19 vaccines that came to Nigeria that time, during the pandemic. Then we have the Pharmacovigilance Directorate, which are responsible for monitoring the safe and rational use of medicines in Nigeria. And we have the post-marketing surveillance. They have to, after product has been given marketing authorization, they have to look after that product through its shelf life to make sure that that product is always good until it gets to, yes. So the drug laboratories, of course, they have to test the quality of the drugs. Next slide, please. So the duties and responsibility of marketing authorization directors, DG has explained extensively to make sure that the line of reporting is streamlined and regulatory decisions are taken on time. Next, please. So what are our achievements? We have been able, for product registration, especially drugs, in science we call rate limiting step. The rate limiting steps in drug registration is actually dossier presentation. You have to see what is that, everything about product, from the manufacturing site to even the premises, the staff, they are all in the dossier. So if your dossier is not compliant, you are not moving forward. So we have been able to at least clear a reasonable number of dossiers that have been pending to aid drug registration. Then inspection activities of pharma companies, these are being carried out. And WHO even acknowledged recently that our inspectors, they're there. So the vaccine I mentioned is equally vaccine laboratory is equally ISO 17025 accredited laboratory, and they have the largest scopes because there are so many vaccines, both human and veterinary, and even medical devices. What I mean by scopes is the different type of tests they can do. 40, that's huge. Next, please. So marketing surveillance, you can see that in 2022, I mean, the previous year, 2022, we had 8,362 visitation. And now, last year alone, you moved to 23. That's the impact of the vehicle DG said. If the people are not mobile, they will not be able to visit almost 24,000 premises within a year in Nigeria. That's huge. So the same thing pharmacovigilance. We have an app now where you can report adverse drug reaction and then adverse effect after immunization. You can, we call it Med Safety app. So we encourage everybody to use it. And NAFDAC has trained medical personnel in hospitals all over Nigeria to use this application. Then the drug testing laboratory, where did you mention? The laboratory is patched with WHO pre-qualification. Next, please. So what are the impacts? We harmonize workflow. Once the workflow is harmonized, then you get service delivery on time. And we share work too. In terms of even inspection, the laboratory staff join the drug evaluation, DER staff to carry out inspections. Also, in dossier review, the staff across this directorate help these that are responsible for reviewing dossier so that they pull staff together outside their normal schedules to help clear the backlog and improve service delivery in that area. Also, mentorship. When new directors are promoted, it's like a child that is trying to walk. They have to learn the rope and make sure that we all are on the common page to deliver our services to the public. Next. So, NAFDAC, DG has said everything. We pronounce on the quality of products. If you don't pronounce on the quality of products, then nobody is safe. And we cannot leave people out there to the different tax that are paid by unscrupulous people. So please, I will encourage all of us here, you want to know about more about products that are registered, we have an app called the Green Book. You go there. All the products, we have started with drugs. We have over 7,000 drugs listed there. So you just go there. If you are not sure, your first contact is first of all go and check. If the product is not there, you can ask for that. So all this are put together to ensure public safety and the delivery of services and healthcare to our people. Next, please. So challenges, well, of course, staff, we are understaffed. And like DG said in our closing remark that time, we are so strict-jacketed, we are even afraid. In my lab now, we say we are in band A. The tariff moved from 69 naira to 209 naira. That's times 3. So where am I going to, where are you going to get the money? Electricity, yes, ma'am. Times 3. So we are pained. We are pained in such a way that the tariff for last month, we are still thinking on how to go about it. Thank you so much. I would like to stop here.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's give him another round of applause. Thank you very much, Victor. We will now be calling on Dr. Momodu, who is the Director in charge of veterinary medicine and allied products. 7 minutes, madam.
3.
Fantastic. Thank you.
I'll try.
Thank you.
The DG has said a lot. Thank you very much, Ma. Let me stand on the existing protocols. Can I have my slides? Okay, I'm not Mrs. Edwards.
Wow, okay. Good afternoon, Madam DG. Good afternoon, everybody, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so we know what the topic is. I'm here representing the Marketing Authorization Food Cluster. So I'm going to talk about the scope of our work and the impact and challenges on Nigeria's industrialization and economic development. So we'll have a very brief outline. Next slide, please. Brief outline where I'll go through the introduction of the coordinating units and introduce the scope of work, and just go through the impacts and challenges of our work on Nigeria's industrialization and economic development, and then we conclude. Next slide. Okay, so what you see here on this slide is the schematic of the coordinating units of the Marketing Authorization for Food function. We're a cluster of 7 directorates and 2 area laboratories. And so in the middle there, you see the Food Registration and Regulatory Affairs. It's in the middle for a reason, because it's the anchor directorate, and the other ones feed into the activities. We have the Food Safety and Applied Nutrition Directorate, where I serve as the director. So what we do there is inspection of food facilities, good manufacturing practice inspections. We have the Veterinary Medicines and Allied Products Directorate, which also feeds into the registration process. And what they do there is inspection of feed facilities, good manufacturing practice inspections. Then the cluster, the network of food laboratories for quality control testing of food products, so that they can pronounce on the safety and quality of food products before they are granted marketing authorization. Then, of course, there's post-market surveillance for food, and that's to maintain an effective post-market surveillance system with our marketing authorization holders. So I think in a nutshell, I've actually spoken to the scope of the work, but I just, on the other side of the slide, I'm speaking about what marketing authorization is really, and how important it is to NAFDAC as a competent authority for food products. And to say that we take very seriously our job of regulatory scrutiny for products before we grant a marketing authorization for food, So it goes through the documentation process where we're looking at documentation. We need to ensure that this is a company that has is a legal entity in Nigeria. We're looking at products, labels. We carry out facility inspections, laboratory analysis, and it is only when these are satisfactory that we grant the marketing authorization, and that's to determine the safety, quality, and wholesomeness of the food products that we allow to be sold in the Nigerian market. And of course, labeling is very important because that is what speaks to the consumers about what the product is. So essentially, the objective is to provide a system that ensures that only food products which have gone through the NAFDAC regulatory scrutiny, due diligence of regulatory systems, and duly authorized by the agency are allowed to be manufactured, imported, distributed, sold, or used. And this is the same process. It's not discriminatory whether it's locally manufactured or whether they're imported products. We take them through the same process. Okay, next slide. Next slide. So I'm just going to go straight into the impacts on the impact of our work in the marketing authorization food group. We all know that we are nothing without the food that we eat, and that our food systems need to be strong to guard against hunger and malnutrition. And this is very critical for national development. There's that very strong linkage between food and nutrition and development, because you need healthy people to build a healthy and productive country. So it is indeed possible for Nigeria to have a sustainable and food secure and be food secure. What we require is what we're currently in is an ongoing food systems transformation, because we need more resilient, more efficient, more inclusive, and sustainable agri-food systems. So how does NAFDAC fit into this broad picture? Madam DG has already put it very nicely in her own presentation, in the keynote presentation. But how does the work of marketing authorization food cluster contribute to Nigeria's industrialization and economic development? I've highlighted some words there because I want you to pay attention to those words. Our key focus is to support industry using our regulatory functions across that group of marketing authorization cluster to boost local production, but very important, without any compromise to safety and quality. Next slide. So what do we have in place? We have an intentional and deliberate approach which we use to nurture and support local industry. So if we speak to tariffs, you will note that we have a discriminatory tariff to encourage a local enterprise. So it costs about maybe 10 times more if you had to import a food product than if you're producing it locally. We put in place strong transformative interventions. So we have already heard about the quality management system and all that it does to a system, a regulatory system, about our food laboratories and their accreditations and scopes they're accredited for. An important one is our collaborations with our peer regulatory agencies. And we adopt best practices for food and feed regulations, guidelines. We've invested in a technology, digitalization of our processes. And what is very important, because we all know that knowledge is power. If you don't know what you are required to do in a process, then it throws you totally off. So we have a very interactive and full-scale websites where you can get information. It's readily available. Physically, we have what we call liaison officers, and inquiry desks. And all of this is geared towards a faster launch to market, because that is what the consumer, the clients want. Next slide. I'm going to breeze through all of these because they have actually been said already. Consumer protection. What do we achieve? What do we all intend to achieve collectively? At the end of the day, it's all about safe food, good quality food. Consumers' confidence is built. It's boosted. That boosts local production. supports more consumption of our local products, and supports industrial growth. Healthy individuals lead to a productive economy. Next slide, please. Facilitating trade. I'll just take 1 second on this one. We have a desk in the Food Safety and Applied Nutrition Directorate. It's geared towards facilitating and offering guidance to exporters. It's called the Sanitary and Phytosanitary National Inquiry Point for Food Safety. And what it does is to assist companies who intend to export to comply with the standards and regulatory requirements of the destination countries. And what this does is to stem our export rejections, increase the export potential of our food products, and ultimately it opens up new markets for our clients, the intending exporters, drives economic growth, attracts foreign investments, and contributes to this industrial expansion we all want to see, increasing non-oil export earnings. Next slide. I'm going to skip this one because it's been said. Sorry, just go back once. I'll share some. For marketing authorization, just in the first 4 months of this year, we've registered 1,645 products, 658 of which are made in Nigeria food products, 97 of them are made in Nigeria feed, and 689 packaged water. Next slide. R&D, innovation, you know, when we try to enforce, or when we enforce regulations, it makes industry go back and think of ways to meet those requirements. That drives infrastructure growth. So they invest in better manufacturing infrastructure and processes, and some go into, you know, do other things that enhance their processes. They have on-site laboratories. They're investing more in research and development. And that overall gives us more creative, more innovative products that comply with our regulatory requirements. Next one. Let me take 2 seconds to talk about this. Partnerships and development. NAFDAC is really big on this. And so we have a collaboration and learning exchanges with our international partners, peer regulatory authorities, and this is all geared towards extending our reach, building networks. It also gives us that leverage to know what is happening, not just within Nigeria, but also outside the country, and translates to technology transfer. It improves us because we learn from those exchanges. So more efficient service delivery, better customer satisfaction, and when the customer is satisfied, that drives economic growth. Next slide. Nutrition. This is an important one because nutrition interventions are very critical to economic development. I said it earlier, we are what we eat, really. If we don't have good food to eat that will nourish our bodies, we cannot be productive. And if we're not productive, we know what that is. So without access to good nutrition, industrialization and economic development are negatively impacted. And so our contributions towards this as the Marketing Authorization Food Cluster towards boosting the nutritional status of Nigerians includes our nutrition programs. So we are implementing NAFDAC and the Food Safety and Applied Nutrition Directorate and the Food Registration and Regulatory Affairs implement the Code of Marketing of Breast Milk Substitutes to ensure that our infants get the best from the minute they are born. So exclusive breastfeeding and optimal breastfeeding practices, mandatory food fortification to address micronutrient deficiencies because these have negative health consequences. And so these encourage, we're also encouraging local production of nutrition commodities. We've heard about the ready-to-use therapeutic foods, micronutrient powders, that's for the young children as well, and the multiple micronutrient supplementation, and we're going towards local production. You saw the slide from Madam DG's presentation about the ready-to-use therapeutic foods. So when we're able to produce this locally, we know what it means. We're driving economic growth. We're decreasing reliance on importation. Next slide. I think that's, I'm not going to, this is the same The challenges are the same, and I'm sure you will see a common thread as we all present. It's about having limited resources in terms of staff for regulatory activities and even for support activities, technology, and financial resources. It's about having the capacity to continuously train and retrain staff so that there's a pipeline, and also even the industry stakeholders, so that we're all on the same page and we keep abreast of best practices and evolving standards. Of course, insecurity is one of the issues that we deal with that negatively impacts our regulatory activities in some parts of the country. And in conclusion, I say that the work of NAFDAC, and now I'm speaking particularly to the Marketing Authorization Food Cluster, is pivotal to development of Nigeria's food manufacturing industry and its broader economic growth. We play a crucial role in keying into this sector, that's the food manufacturing industry. And I'd like to say that industrialization is a journey. So we're enjoying to think global, bring it together, and act local. And that is what will impact our own space. This is the context for Nigeria. So as the regulators and the Marketing Authorization Food Cluster and NAFDAC, we remain mindful that we need to balance our regulatory activities of enforcement together with support and flexibility for our local manufacturers, realizing that this is key to driving sustainable industrialization and economic development in Nigeria. A healthy nation is the core to harnessing development. On this note, I say thank you very much. I hope I've earned the privilege of your time this afternoon. Thank you.
I hope to. At this point, I will not move if it is not found. Good afternoon again, DG and Business Day, and our esteemed guests and all stakeholders and the press. Thank you for the time you have spent. My presentation is short because, as I figured, as we all give the presentations, you will begin to see the line, and the DG's presentation was very deep. She covered most of the matters. We will just delve into it just a bit. So I'm Ramitu Mamadou, PhD, and I'm the Coordinating Director for Food and Feed Product Inspection. So you'd have noticed she talked about marketing authorization. I'm going to talk about inspections. Remember the DG mentioned inspections because this is the function where we go to the facility to see what they're doing. And we look at their documents, we look at the personnel to make sure this personnel, they're qualified and that they meet the requirements to be able to produce these products. And then we also go to other facilities where they're distributed. So beyond having registered the products, we go to check how they're being distributed. They're checking the warehouse, checking the, if it's vaccines, because, so currently I'm the Director of Veterinary Medicine and Allied Products. That's so beyond the cluster. So we also go to where the vaccines for veterinary is kept, to check that they are kept in the right temperature and all that. Next slide, please. So these are the directorates under this particular cluster. We have CR, that's Chemical Evaluation and Research, Food Safety and Applied Nutrition, FSAN, and you just heard the director. I&E, that's Investigation and Enforcement, that's the enforcement arm of the whole agency. Narcotics and Controlled Substances. So because this is a cluster for food, narcotics also covers drugs, but because this is a cluster for food, it's only as concerns caffeine used in energy drinks that I received the reports, and then veterinary medicine and allied products feed. Next slide, please. So I'll briefly go through the functions. This is a slide you will not get from the other people. So chemical evaluation and research, they ensure the availability of chemicals to companies through prompt issuance of permits to import industrial and laboratory chemicals. They carry out routine surveillance inspection for warehouse and of chemical marketers, manufacturers, and end users of the chemicals. So it's beyond just giving the license. We go to inspect to make sure you're distributing it properly. You're selling it to the people that it should go to. And we also check the warehouse. We inspect the warehouse to make sure it meets all the requirements for good warehousing. Then food safety and applied nutrition, again, they carry out good manufacturing practice inspection, good hygiene of assessments of food and water establishments. Investigation and enforcement, as I said, this is the enforcement arm of the agency. They coordinate enforcement activities on all NAFDAC regulated products, so it's not divided into, it's all of it. But I mostly get, and I will speak to the food portion of it. Conduct surveillance and intelligence gathering, because sometimes you need to spend some time gathering intelligence before you actually go to do a raid. They also are the directorate that conducts the destruction of fake, counterfeit, expired product. You've probably seen it on TV where you see a lot of fires, so that will be them there. Then they collaborate with the Legal Services Directorate for prosecution of suspects who violate. So for the violators, they work closely so they can collect the evidences, get the evidences that is required for the court action. Next slide, please. So the narcotics and controlled substances, as I said, they regulate and control the importation, exports, manufacture, advertisement of and use of narcotics, drugs, and so on. But for this particular presentation, it's mainly with the caffeine for energy drinks because it's food. Veterinary medicine and allied products, we inspect facilities for the purpose of product registration or renewal. And then we issue bulk permits for importation of raw materials, and we monitor the utilization. And we conduct surveillance to monitor veterinary medicines, pesticides, and animal feed. Field trial for monitoring. So if there's a new pesticide, whether it's a biopesticide or any kind of pesticide that has not been used in this climate before, we would do, they would have to conduct a field trial, and we'll normally carry out inspections to find out how that is doing and if it meets the requirements for it to be registered and used in this country. Listing of toll millers and agrochemical marketers. Next slide, please. This is just a brief, just to show just to give some numbers of inspections that have been done, and then to tell you the kind of inspections that the different directorates perform. So FSAN, which is Food Safety and Applied Nutrition, and VMAP, we do good manufacturing practice, good hygiene inspection. We also do warehouse inspection. NCS CRO warehouse inspection, FSAN, CR, VMAP, import permit monitoring. So usually if you're going to bring in a chemical or bring in supplements, because the people who do animal feed, so you're using corn or soy or something, you cannot just give corn or soy to the animal. You need to put the vitamins and other micronutrients or supplements. We issue that permit. So, but we monitor that you're using it appropriately because we'll check the size of your facility and who is buying it. Are they using it correctly? We monitor all of that. FSAN, NCS, so those are the kind of inspections. Then IIE, again, is enforcement activities. Those are just some figures. It's okay, we can quickly, I had said 3 minutes. Just some highlights of some of the things we have done in the past few months. Chemical evaluation and research, the DG already mentioned this. We have PITCAMS, is an electronic portal. So most of these permits that are being issued are done online. It's not paper. You do online, and when we check, it's a click, you get your license, you get your permit. Implementation of risk-based inspection, she also mentioned that. We don't go everywhere, but it's risk-based. And then also we have we are doing inspections for the different factories and categorizing them to high risk, low risk, or medium risk, as she explained. And these actually cuts across all the different directorates, which is VMAP, FSAN, CRO. We're doing all of that because your risk level determines how we work with you, so to speak. If you're low risk, is low risk, so we can see you maybe once a year. But if you're high risk, you might see us 2 or 3 times in a year. And then when you apply for something, we pay more attention, so to speak. Food safety and applied nutrition, she has said mostly what they do, I can skip that. Investigation and enforcement, just to say, as I said, carried out destruction of falsified medical products, unwholesome products. They have commenced nationwide enforcement on 1st of February for the production, to stop the production of small volume and sachet alcoholic beverages based on the order from the minister. Then some highlight the busted manufacturers that specialize in cloning expensive brands of imported alcoholic beverage at the trade fair. You probably saw that picture in the DG's presentation. It was there. They clone very expensive alcoholic beverages, especially towards the last quarter of the year. Yes, because of hampers they sell. It's a regular thing. Can we have the next one? So in order to ensure food safety and stop the rejection of Nigerian crops and animals and food products abroad, VMAP has done the following. We're currently creating a lot of awareness on pesticide actives that have been banned. The reason our products are rejected abroad is because they would usually have more pesticides than it's supposed to be there because they have exceeded the maximum limit. So we're doing a lot of enlightenment and lots of engagement with our stakeholders, to educate them and to enlighten them on what to do. We also do this with the farmers. We had a meeting on, I think it was Tuesday. We had a meeting on Tuesday. You also know that, well, there's diclovers. Diclovers, the common name, the one people are very familiar with, is sniper. Yes, so we had a stakeholders engagement because of all the, I'm sure you've seen some videos, people are taking it for different things, So we also carry out a lot of training and certification of agro-input dealers. We work with CropLife. There's a stewardship program, and we train these agro-input dealers in all the zones of the country, and we issue them certificates so they know how to handle pesticides, how to use and how to discard if they need to. We also are currently doing a lot of activities to mitigate the spread of antimicrobial resistance through enlightenment. We partner with agriculture and veterinary organization. Again, this is something all the different directors do. You heard her speak extensively about the different collaborations that we do and support for small and medium scale industry fora and workshop. Next slide. So this is a fine thread running through all. This particular slide is here. NAFDAC coordinates the NAFDAC One Health program, which is an approach with other directorates in the agency. I wanted to put this here just to tell you that we pay attention to the environment. Beyond just registering the products, we take cognizance that the environment is impacted by the products we register, and we're paying attention. We have keyed into the One Health approach, and so that there's sustainability. We have initiatives for that. Next slide, but the One Health approach improves food safety and security. Okay, slide is gone. The challenges are the same, limited resources and funding, literacy level of our consumers, staff attrition, and I think that's the last slide.
The DGMA and all other protocols observed. I hope my own presentation will be very short. Yes. Next slide, because I don't have outline. It's just, so the Drug Products Inspectorate, we have the following directorates: drug evaluation and research, chemical evaluation and research, post-marketing surveillance, the drug components, VMAP, the drug component, narcotics and controlled substances, investigation and enforcement, the drug component. So as the name suggests, the directorates grouped under the DPI carry out inspections and other activities peculiar to each directorate. And you know that inspections are very, very important. Inspections are, they lead to registration because you need to have a satisfactory inspection report before your products can be registered. And then for us to sustain the registration, we conduct inspections for surveillance, routine inspections, monitoring inspections. So there are so many forms of inspections that we carry out. So I'm just speaking, I would put everything together so that we don't go back and forth. So the focus for the DER, that's Drug Evaluation and Research, the focus of the directorate is on good manufacturing practice. That's for all the divisions that they take care of. Then you have the good clinical practice and good storage practices. So for the pharma industries, both locally and foreign, because most of our drugs are imported. But we believe with what we are doing in NAFDAC, the narrative will change. So good clinical practices, we just don't allow clinical trials. You just don't come into the country for clinical trials. You have to go through the DER, and we have protocols for you to test, to do clinical trials on your drug products, because you know we are Africans, and you cannot use the data of the Europeans to work on our own data. So you need to test. You need to go make sure that those drug products, they pass through the clinical trials. Then good storage practices, especially for other products that are not pharma, cosmetics, medical devices, biologics, vaccines. So they cover regulation of manufacture of pharmaceuticals, including biopharmaceuticals, herbal medicines, nobody has mentioned that, herbal medicines, cosmetics, and medical devices. Then we talked about clinical trial activities, and then they also do issuance of authorization for the importation of active pharmaceutical ingredients that we call APIs. Next slide, please. So for VMAP, I'm not going to talk so much on that. The director has spoken about what VMAP does. And when you talk about drugs, of course, they also talk about medical. So what happens in DER as per medicines also occur in VMAP. Then CER, warehouse inspections, very, very important. And then the risk assessment of the general and restricted chemicals for permit issuance. And then inspection of facilities of chemical manufacturers. Right now we are having manufacturers of chemicals, maybe finished chemicals. Under CER, they do that. Then a lot of monitoring activities. Narcotics and controlled substances, very, very important. We ensure the availability, accessibility to narcotic drugs, psychotropic substances, and precursors for medical, scientific, and industrial use. Most important, to prevent their diversion to illicit use or to abuse, because this set of drugs, they are vulnerable to abuse. And then this these narcotic medicines, for many of them are under international control. So we are a signatory, Nigeria is a signatory to the International Drug Control Conventions. So we oversee that. Then issuance of permits to import and clear these items, which we can call authorization. Then warehouse inspections, we also do monitoring. We just don't issue permits alone. We have to monitor, and then we do sensitization programs on drug abuse. Next slide. So post-marketing surveillance, the director drugs has spoken about that, so I won't talk much. they do good storage distribution practice, and they target the activities of the importers and distributors and wholesalers, both for drugs and for food. Then investigation and enforcement, the director has also spoken about that, so I won't repeat. Please, next slide. So our achievements, the DG2, the DGMA has also spoken about it. Together, all of us, we don't work in silos. Together, we work together. And there has been a nationwide monitoring of local pharma companies. And you know, these things are not just done. You don't just have staff in Lagos doing this, carrying out these inspections. We integrate staff from all over the nations. I mean, from all over Nigeria to carry out all these inspections. They've done nationwide monitoring of pharma companies, then the syringe manufacturers, clinical trial sites 13, and it's ongoing. These are routine activities. And then the ongoing implementation of the 5+5 policy, which the DG has spoken about, just to increase our local capacity, hand-holding, have CAPA clinics, retrofitting, and so many other things. Then the risk categorization, which cuts across all the directorates for pharma industries to categorize it to low, medium, and high. Then for the narcotics and psychotropics, that one is also ongoing, and for importers of restricted chemicals, and also for pharmaceutical distributors and distributors' facilities is also ongoing. Next slide. So our achievements, we've been able to inspect over 1,000 facilities for GSDP inspections since 2021. And very importantly, the traceability of pharmaceutical products, which the DG2 has also mentioned, and it's a pilot that is ongoing. Then we continuously monitor the utilization of allocated controlled substances, monitoring of chemical companies. This number is all over the country. Then we do continuous monitoring of cosmetics, vaccines, and other biologics. And then the complete digitalization and rollout of processes for permits to clear restricted chemicals. All these things are done online, right from importation to the time they have to clear their consignments from the port. Next slide. So for I&E, they've successfully moved quite a number of drug shops to the coordinated warehouse center. There's a lot of collaboration between NAFDAC and our sister agencies. And then for now, Schedule 1 narcotics products, there have been a lot of work there, and then destruction exercises. Thank you.
So just as our publisher, Mr. Frank Aigbogun, had mentioned earlier, we'll be merging our panels into one, and we'll be going straight to the panel right now. I'll be making welcome our panelists for this conversation. And please, just as he has mentioned earlier, let's keep clapping till they come up stage. Our first panelist is Taye Awofironye, Managing Partner, The Trusted Advisor. Next is Mr. Kayode Fagboyo, Director, Lagos State Office. Next is Mr. Jason Ikegu, Partner, Digital Technology, Philips Consulting. We also have Mrs. Roslyn Ajayi, Director, Southwest Zone, Market Control and Trade. Also present for this panel is Dr. Leonard Omokpariola, Director, Chemical Evaluation and Research, represented by Dr. Holton. Also for this panel is Barrister Bello Mohammed, Deputy Director in charge of Legal Services, represented by Barrister Abutu. So these two panels were supposed to be discussing driving innovation, NAFDAC's impact on economic development, and also regulation to growth, NAFDAC's economic vision. So we're going to be merging both into this panel.
Um, Good afternoon. Before we start the panel proper, let me give a brief introduction of some of the panelists. Mr. Mavin is a seasoned legal professional, leads the taxation, immigration, labor and employment practice group and the FMCG sector at Trusted Advisors Solicitors. And we have pharmacist Shike Obiano, who is the Director of Planning, Research.
Okay. Okay, there's been a mix-up, so I'm going to be calling the next panelist. Marvis Oduogu, Managing Associate, Stren and Bland. Pharmacist Chike Obiano, Director, Planning, Research and Statistics. Also, pharmacist Uchenna Soni Afeokolu, represented by pharmacist Emmanuel Amon. And pharmacist Uchenna Elemuwa, Director, Pharmacovigilance.
No, I think we are having the panel session now, and we've merged the two panel sessions we were supposed to have, and all our speakers for the panel session are right here. So my colleague and I, we can run through. Yes, we can run through. So just a quick run through. First of all, I'm Temitayo Olade, the health reporter at Business Day. To be sure we have all our speakers on the panel, I'm going to quickly run through the names. Mr. Taye Awofiroye, Managing Partner at the Trusted Advisor. Thank you. Mr. Jason Ikegwu. Mr. Ayowande Ayogbenga. Okay, so he's not here. And then we have Mr. Ayowande Ayogbenga, thank you, from NAFDAC. Then Mr. Kayode Fadboyo. Okay, so please run through your names.
Mr. Mavis Odugu. Okay, thank you. Pharmacist Chike Obiano. Okay, thank you. Yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Pharmacist Uchenna, son represented. Okay, thank you. And lastly, pharmacist Uchenna Ilemua. All right, thank you.
So thank you very much for honoring us with your presence. We would like to tap your insights in your various fields, drilling back into many of the things that the DG herself has said earlier. So to begin with, I'll be throwing my first question to Mr. Ayowande Ayogbenga, our NAFDAC person in terms of finance, is the Director of Finance at NAFDAC. First of all, we want to ask you what NAFDAC's financial strategy is as to supporting innovation for pharmaceutical and food sectors. Not necessarily repeating or regurgitating what the DG has said, but specifically top measures that you are doing in this area. Thank you.
My name is Munir Adewale, representing Director of Finance and Accounts. Like our integrative DG has said, she has mentioned those things that we in finance, we've been trying to do for her. And one of those areas that we have been supporting her is in terms of prioritizing and ranking in infrastructures, technological related projects, and making those projects to be executed through the provisions of funds. And we equally allowed what we call allocations of resources in an optimal way so that she'll be able to achieve our objective. And then we equally key into this alignment with PBEC, because government has come out with a policy that they're going to create an enabling environment where business can thrive. So one of the areas we have key into that policy is we give 50% discount to SMEs. So these are some of the key areas that we have been able to support pharmaceutical development.
All right, thank you. So, my question goes to Mr. Mivins. What role do legal reforms play in NAFDAC's vision and economic development?
Okay, thank you very much. Legal reforms have helped and is still helping to play very vital roles. One of which is this: it has helped to attract, foreign investment into the country. Madam DG and the professor mentioned of the executive order. And when you go through the executive order as the federal government was announcing it, they made a specific mention that the minister, the Honorable Minister for Justice, should go ahead and take all necessary steps to ensure that that executive order has, is passed into law, and it can still remain an executive order. Without it being passed into law, enforceability becomes a problem. So it attracts foreign investment. Two, legal reforms. If you look at some of the NAFDAC regulations, NAFDAC guidelines, and the NAFDAC Act itself, something touched me as Madam DG was making presentation, and that was the fact that if you compare NAFDAC as it is to the Food Drugs Agency of the United States, when the Food Drugs Agency of the United States sues you as a company,
you are off business. But look at the NAFDAC Act. Section 25 of the NAFDAC Act clearly provides that if the regulation does not provide for a penalty for default in a thing, how much or what is the fine that the defaulter should pay? You find out that the fine is 50,000 naira, and then for a corporate body, 100,000 naira. In a modern world like this, the man will tell the judge, give me the fine, write it in a paper, I'll pay, and I'll walk away. So that is why, there should be a sound reform in the amendment of the NAFDAC Act, and also a reform in the regulations that comes with it. I think I will stop here because of time, so that others will have
Thank you. I'll go on to Mr. Taye Hawofiroye. I am the managing partner at the Trusted Advisor. Would like to ask you what you think the NAFDAC regulatory framework should be in terms of influencing economic development. From your own insights, experience, what best practices do you think they should be incorporating?
Thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity to be here. If you look at what NAFDAC has going on today, to be honest, and coming here, it's no surprise. Most of the best practices across the world are documented already. It's all there, and you see series of presentations that have been made. But there are fundamental structural issues which goes beyond NAFDAC. So, for instance, if you go over to the UK, the FSA is complemented, right? They don't go as granular, or they don't have to go as granular as NAFDAC has to go here. I'll give you a typical instance. Sachet water, packaged water, is not regulated in the UK by the FSA. You leave that to the councils to do. But if you bring that home to Nigeria, and I'll tell you this, some of us growing up, we actually saw what the sanitary sanitary officers, health workers did in enforcing some of the things you now find NAFDAC having to go through these days. But with the collapse of your local government system, you dare not go in that direction. Go over to the US, which method we look to be sort of mimicking or copying. The FDA runs top to bottom, no doubt. But go and check the annual budget of the FDA. The budget is about half of our national budget. Population, the disparity in our population, Nigeria and America, is not that alarming, right? They are spending about $8 billion in a given year, right, to do what you're asking NAFDAC to do in a less structured environment. So I look over and I'll say, honestly, Professor, Madam, and you, honestly, let's call it, you are a magic worker. And your team of directors, we really need to, I just want to have a plea. I don't know who handles your media. You really need to put yourself out there. You're doing an impossible job. Let's not deceive ourselves. So, half of the things you spoke to are the things I would have said you should put in place. But guess what? Like many Nigerians, I'm not a consumer. I see you refer to the SMEs and the players in the industry as your clients, but we are your ultimate clients, and a good number of us don't know what is going on. So, and one way could be for you to show media, I don't know. There is a whole lot, the business that is doing so much for you, because this forum helps us. I remember there was a counterfeiting trend that went on maybe late last year. It gained more traction than a visit to your website will actually give to you. So, flowing from that commendation, I want to also make this request. Over to the SM, and NAFDAC is trying, maybe if you compare with other regulatory agencies, the SMEs need a lot of nurturing. You cannot expect me to understand a regulation or understand your regulatory steps when I don't even understand your goal and how it benefits me in turn, right? So there are things like regulatory sandbox. I don't know if you've thought of that. It will help NAFDAC a lot. You heard the question from Madam over here. There should be a standing structure for these things to be in place. That look, before you even apply for registration, while you are designing your product, whether it's food, go to this place. They will take you through. Don't let this poor woman or poor man spend all the savings to put together Zobo drink, and then you tell them the, potassium component is 2 or whatever it is. So they can actually, I heard Madam speak a lot about hand-holding. It is very necessary. And rather than spend so much on inspection, because they know you are for them, they will voluntarily come to you before they take all of the long steps. So regulatory sandbox, then there is a whole lot you can do. It's a shame that the PS has gone. One of the thoughts agitating my mind was, look, how about you train the trainers, train the regulators within your own ecosystem? You cannot practically supervise this sector forever. But Lagos State has done a good job with, franchising, regulation, and all of that, licensing people to handle. You have several segments. There are portions you cannot sort of delegate or outsource, but there are sections that you really can. And I dare say, inspection is part of them. We have 36 states, not too large if you compare with the size of America, Canada, and the likes of Russia, but highly inaccessible. So you can be, and congratulations on your recent success in Enugu. I think that's another very good, But you can be in Enugu and you can't access certain communities within that. So if I know you're coming for me, why don't I go and site my location, let's say in Bayelsa, around the creeks? But if we are able to take advantage of locals or people who have better understanding of every settlement to environment, then we can actually get you to focus on what is more important. And I also see from your 2024 to 2027 strategic plans that you want to review the law. Please, madam, the very sustainable route is for you to generate money. And the best way to generate money is through fines. I will tell you for free, through fines.
More fines?
More fines. No, not, so I will explain something. No. You see, to be honest, your enemies are not the SMEs. In fact, they are your best friends. What you find in the US is that the big guys are the ones you go for. It used to be a pipe dream in Nigeria, but the FCCPC recently imposed a huge fine of over $100 million on British American tobacco. It's happened in Nigeria. That money, I'm sure, can take care of NAFDAC's budget for, that singular one.
Mr. Faye, please help us wrap up your thoughts so that we can also go to other.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. My question goes to Mr. Asani. I'll still talking about drug registration. How does the drug registration process at NAFDAC support the entry of innovative pharmaceutical products in the market?
So thank you very much. First, to talk about how it supports it, I have to take you through our registration process in a tidbit. Now, NAFDAC framework is structured, our regulatory process is structured in line with international best practices, and it seeks to ensure quality, safety, and efficacy of products. Now, globally, what regulatory authorities do is they embrace harmonization and convergence. And NAFDAC, as a proactive regulatory authority, we are members of some of these organizations. We are in ICH, which is the International Community of Council of Harmonization of Technical Requirements for Human Drugs. We are also part of ICMRA, which is International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authority. We recently joined IMDRF, that's International Medical Device Regulatory Forums. Now, this organization, what they do is that they try to push harmonization of requirements across members. So it makes it easy for products that have been assessed and approved in a certain climate to come into your climate, and then they will not have to restart or redo what the requirements are. It's easy to just go in. So NAFDAC, based on that, have requirements in line with those organizations, the ICH, as regards our dossier format. Dossier format is in line with the ICH M4. Now, our GMP requirements are in line with the WHO TRS 986 Annex 2. Now, and then our laboratory evaluation, that also we follow international monographs as standards. So what that does is that it creates a system where innovative pharma products that have been probably registered in a different climate can come into NAFDAC without having to distort the requirement for registration. And then our processes are not ambiguous. Our processes actually has 3 components. You have to have submission of your technical documents for review, and I've told you our format, how it comes. We also have to have your facility inspected. I also told you that it's in line with international requirements, and then there's lab evaluation. Also, the standards are similar to what you get from SRAs and that. And then our timelines are very conservatively, it is adequate. Actually, it's adequate because for going through 2 routes, the first route is using our guidelines, and that takes 120 working days. The second route is either using a reliance route, which is a CRP. It takes 90 days. So for a product coming into the country, it is faster, easier as per timeline. Then requirements, yes, it's okay. It is what you get in other claims, and SRA is what NAFDAC is also requesting from you. And then this makes it quite easy. And then to round it up, NAFDAC is a maturity level 3 organized NRA. What that means is that our system, our regulatory system, is stable, it is well functioning, and it is integrated. So everything works perfectly. So easy in and easy out for approvals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just so you know, our panelists, we crave to hear from you so much, but we'd like you to also summarize your thoughts in just 3 minutes when you're responding. So please bear with us. We are constrained by time, and we just want you to give us the juice of your thoughts. Mr. Jason Ikegu, partner at at Philips Consulting, rather. We want you to give us your thoughts on what you think NAFDAC can also do in terms of leveraging technology. how can they use data analytics and other smart IT tools to improve the work that they are doing?
Yeah, thank you, and good afternoon. Well done, Prof, for the great work you are doing at NAFDAC. Initially, when I got this, I had several thoughts around the global trends around regulatory frameworks for organizations like yours or agencies like yours. But when I sat there and I saw a number of the things you've been doing, I was more convinced that, wow, you are doing great things. I agree with the previous speaker that talked about showing yourself out there for people to see and know exactly what's going on and the great things you are doing. So firstly, I just want to talk about the trend around our world. Firstly, I know a number of us can understand and look back how life was 20 years ago and how life is today. What that means is that all things being equal, in the next 20 years, there'll be life, but things will be different. The question is, how are we going to cope? How are we creating a future for ourselves in 20 years' time and for our children and those who will be there? One of the key ways there is around digital. And besides, we have a set of people on earth today called the Gen Zs that are more aligned to doing things in a different way. How are we preparing and planning for them for the future? So when we talk about technology and what we need to do, not just how we use it individually, but also how we introduce it into organizations. I had 3 things that were key, maybe from the technology point of view, or in the conversations that happened. I heard about people. How are we getting the right skills to align to technology? How are we becoming digital savvy to understand how to use those technologies? I also saw a number of the slides where people talked about training and the concerns. So I think one of the things that NAFDAC could do at this point is to have a digital learning system, like an LMS. We call it, digital learning, that will facilitate learning on the go. People can learn at their pace, at their different paces. All right. What that means is that you can learn on your mobile, you can learn on your laptop, you can learn anywhere you are, because learning is no more something you need to domicile at a place. It becomes an ongoing thing. And you can learn whatever you want to learn. So a number of organizations have implemented such systems within the organizations to facilitate them, because we are now in a knowledge world where you need knowledge on the go, and you need to be able to have the capacity and the capabilities to drive that and to get going. That's on the side of the people. So we need to help our people to switch over on the digital side. We need to strengthen it, ensure that the learning and the learning is continuous, as the case may be. The second one is around processes. Also when I saw the directors and the coordinating directors talk about some of the processes they've digitized, I was a bit glad. I heard about the processes around ISO 9001-2015 for quality management. She talked about ISO 23301 on business continuity, and also what you're doing on ISO 27001 for information security management system. It means that the strength on process optimization and process improvement will work more when you have those processes before digitization. Because if you digitize a faulty process, you're also going to have a faulty system working. So a key concerns on some of the things you mentioned, around things not going the way you want it, will align to if we can digitize those processes. And the third one is around the technologies. So I also saw a concern when someone mentioned about, we can do inspection in remote places. The truth in this is that, just as the previous speaker said, is we are turning Nigeria this way. In other words, more Nigerians are going to manufacture things. They're going to produce things. Now NAFDAC has about 2,000 staff, as I mentioned. I don't know the number to multiply this with, to give the approximate people that will go and inspect that. So today, there are technologies and approaches that will help do virtual inspection, like using virtual reality, augmented reality, to be able to inculcate it, and you can inspect on the move and inspect virtually. Secondly, I want to talk about data. Currently, NAFDAC has a bunch of data that Nigerians need, everywhere. We need to build a robust data warehousing or data mining system that will provide intelligence. Let me say this. Some years back, They told us that there is a phenomenon that will change how we live. That's about 20 years ago. They called it mobile. They say in 20 years' time, mobile will change the way we live our lives. And today, you can see who we are or who we become, even in our homes. When we sit together, what we do. A number of organizations didn't do anything about them. And some things happened to them, we know. Today, they are telling us again that in the next 20 years, there's a phenomenon that's coming to change how we live completely. And they call it artificial intelligence. And the question is, as organizations, what are we doing to integrate it? Having a data warehouse, or a data map, that connects all the different data I've seen different coordinating directors mention, will help us with AI to get intelligence, insight on the things we need to do, and to provide trends on how to go ahead, in the discovering and future-proofing NAFDAC for the next 50 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jason.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jason. Pharmacist Obiano, I'll be starting from where Mr. Jason stopped, still talking about data. I would like to ask you, how does data analysis help NAFDAC anticipate and respond to the market trend and challenges?
Yes, in NAFDAC, we use descriptive statistical analysis to show trends. For instance, where we are having market challenges in terms of counterfeit, substandard products, we periodically move around and sample products. It could be through stratified sampling, and it gives us a picture of the level of or prevalence of substandard products. So that informs regulatory decision. It could be either through enforcement or some regulatory policies that will be put in place. And one of the efforts we've made, based on the previous surveys we've done, is to see how we can change the narrative in terms of manufacture. We're looking at more in-country manufacture that is orienting from 70% manufacture of products abroad to 70% local manufacture, then 30% imported, so that we can better have regulatory oversight on the products manufactured locally, like our indefatigable and amiable DG has just said, within 1 hour, it's even less than 1 hour. If a facility, we get intelligence that they are manufacturing substandard. That place, we have our enforcement people that quickly move there and seal the premises. But if it's probably out of maybe a manufacturing error, well, they will be handheld to do the proper thing. That's the way of encouraging them. But if it's out of criminal intent, they are shot forever. So that is how we sometimes employ data to carry out some of our regulatory action. That is data-driven regulatory action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Obiano. Please, more claps for people who are sticking to the time. So when the cholera outbreak report from the Lagos State came out, Ministry of Health in particular, they fingered street beverages, people who produce street beverages, that they were one of the sources or cause of the ongoing cholera outbreak in Lagos. And the interesting thing about it is that when they followed up on some of the bottles, they went to pick up containers in some areas at Etiosa, they found out that some of these beverage producers had no NAFDAC registration number of any form, and even the numbers, the labeling details were fake and all those things. So it was difficult to really track who was producing what was causing this current problem. So my question is, if we have a system where, I mean, not the question yet, where micro businesses or small businesses are feeling that they have to go through a very complicated system before they can register their product, and they are kind of a bit laid back, how do you see the Zobo seller or the street beverage maker thinking of themselves as someone who can walk up to NAFDAC to actually get their products registered? So Mr. Kayode Fagboyo, you are the director of the Lagos State Office of NAFDAC. What are you doing to make sure that more small businesses embrace the system and see themselves as more of a partner in progress with NAFDAC to really give us a sane health system?
Yes, thank you for the question, and good afternoon, everybody. Well, the outbreak of cholera was actually, I think it was in early June or so that that announcement was made by the Lagos State government. We actually discovered that the product implicated was not actually registered. You know, the agency is actually working closely with Lagos State government and other relevant stakeholders, you know, like Association of Micro Enterprises of Nigeria, NASI. We engage them regularly, and we have already made them to believe that the present management supports the job creation agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and that is why we have been able to put in place a lot of strategies that can encourage some of these small and medium-scale enterprises to come to NAFDAC and get their product registered, you know, seamlessly. And that is why one of the strategies that we have put in place is this reduced tariff. Most of them are paying practically next to nothing. We are paying about 37,000 to get their product registered. And we have even reviewed our registration guidelines so as to be able to accommodate these people. So we don't see any reason why people should not come forward and present their product for registration. And not only that, we have even decentralized the registration of small and medium-scale enterprises to the zones so that we can be able to meet up with the timeline that the president has given us, that within 90 days, you can get your product approved. So that is the purpose of the decentralization. And not only that, you may not even necessarily have a facility per se, because we also allowed the use of shared facilities. We have a TIC that people can, if you don't even have factory, you can go to the place and, you know, be producing in that facility. So that's why we are encouraging people to come forward and come to NAFDAC, that you don't need to go through an intermediary, just come to NAFDAC. We have a help desk in Lagos State Office where you can easily get information as to how you can get your product registered with, without going through a third party. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. My question goes to pharmacist Uchenna. Moving to drug safety now, I'd like to ask you what the importance of drug safety is in maintaining public trust and its impact on economic development. Because we all know drug safety, if we are not careful, we've seen cases of people misuse drug, abuse drug. So what is the importance of drug safety in maintaining public trust and its impact on economic development?
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. We know that the vision of NAFDAC is to be a world-regulated authority that provides safe and efficacious products for its populace. So safety is a key component of what NAFDAC does in safeguarding public health. And when we're talking about pharmacovigilance, what do we actually mean? Pharmacovigilance simply means science and activities that relate to detection, reporting, assessment, understanding and prevention of adverse drug reactions and other drug-regulated products. So how do we maintain public trust as a result of products that are regulated by NAFDAC? Safety is very, very key. We know that a healthy country is a wealthy country. And how can we ensure that pharmacovigilance deals with drug safety, monitoring, and ensuring quality? By all the activities that we do, we ensure that safe and efficacious products are delivered to the populace. And by so doing, the regulated environment, the consumers are happy that products that get to them are safe. How do we do this? We monitor safety of medicines in country. And we cannot do that alone. We work with the regulated environment. Suffice to say, thinking about our health system, how do we build confidence in our health system? Because that is very, very key. That is where patients go to interface with healthcare providers to assess their medical needs. If products are not safe, if we do not work with them in concerted effort to ensure that the medicines that they receive and all the other healthcare practices they receive are assured, safe, then we'll begin to lose confidence. And we have come to see from studies that about 7% of healthcare costs are attributable to adverse drug reactions encountered by patients. By working in concerted efforts with healthcare providers, I remember when my DG was talking, what happened in the US and what she decided to do when she came into NAFDAC. There was need to wash our brains. And how are we doing that with the healthcare providers? Attitudinal changes. We need to discuss with them. We need to work with them, hand-holding, so that at every point, at every step of the work, they understand the need and the importance of drug safety monitoring. Why should patients come to the hospital to receive healthcare and go back with more problems? So if we begin to understand the need to monitor, a lot of clinical trials for medicines that were allowed in country are not done within our own population. And there are limitations to these clinical trials. So post-marketing safety monitoring is very, very, very key. That's why if we do not monitor adequately, we begin to see issues of foreign medical tourism. Monies that are supposed to be resident in country are taken to other countries that have built their systems. And also, in ensuring safety, the regulated industries are not left out. We are working with them, the marketing authorization holders, to ensure that their products are safe. How do we do this? We have guidelines, we have regulations on pharmacovigilance. Pharmacovigilance is one of the key indicators that is assessed during the global benchmarking system. And currently, there is a lot of global harmonization going about in safety of medicines. We have the ICH. The need to harmonize safety data globally is becoming very key. And why is this so? We know that at every point in time, we need to share safety data globally. And this fosters collaborations, because there's no way you can do something just by yourself. Need for international collaborations enhances the marketing authorization holders to continue to improve in their innovations and also in investments. When we have a stable and predictable regulatory system, it becomes very, very key that we begin to get investors, because they are sure that when innovations comes in terms of drug development, there's a stringent regulatory system to monitor as an oversight over their product development, and that there's a ready market to actually accept products already developed. How can you have ready markets for that acceptance? It's only when people, the consumers, are confident that the products that are manufactured are safe. So a lot is being done in terms of contributing to the global NAFDAC vision and also enhancing economic growth. We begin to think about issues of supporting export opportunities. The international market depends on stringent regulatory authorities, as we all know. And the pharmacovigilance system also is aligning with the global standards and practices. So all this will continue to improve and assure availability of safe and efficacious products. Thank you.
Please, more claps for our panelists. They've been generous with their thoughts. Closing from left to right, we just want you to give your closing remark in just 30 seconds. 30 seconds closing remark. Thank you very much.
Gigi would make a comment, and then we'll just take 1 minute closing remark. Okay. Can we have the mic? Thank you.
Thank you so much. A very rich discussion. The panelists. There was a remark about the fines that we have. Okay. It's a very good comment. We have the C-34 bill that we actually started reforming or revising. It is now with the 10th Assembly. The 9th Assembly started working, using the friendly membership amendment. So we have increased that 50,000 naira maybe to, I think, 5 million. Mr. Abutu? Yeah, we have increased it, but it's not yet out. So I just needed to make a comment on that. In terms of better media, you couldn't have said it better. We are improving on that. We had a very difficult period going through what we went through before maturity level 3, and that was also broken up a little bit with pandemic, but it is a good comment, and we are improving on that. That's why we're working with Business Day. Nurturing of SMEs, very, very important. We have to look at our situation. Our educational system broke down. And we have more than 50% illiteracy in Nigeria. That underscores the importance of nurturing our SMEs. What you will not find a regulator doing in other climes, we are doing here. Because we have to do more. When you have an illiterate person, not because that person is dumb, it's just because the system is not conducive for, you can just imagine the effort that the regulator has to put in to make them understand. And when you now think of that within the context of our own staff strength, it becomes more challenging, but we are doing it. We encourage our staff to understand the environment, but I believe we can do better. In terms of outsourcing and making our clients, the 220 million Nigerians, to get more awareness, we have a plan to have 774 local governments where we have NAFDAC desk office. Yes, 774 local governments. The only problem that we have not gotten there is because we've got to have the staff. So what I've limited it to now is to have at least 3 NAFDAC desks at the 3 senatorial districts, and then scale it up. So we are thinking like you are thinking. International standards, my staff had already mentioned that. I really like what comments on digitalization from Mr. Kegbo. We cannot do anything without digitalization. And we created Regulatory Innovation Unit, RIU, in 2021, where we have smart young people. I call them geeks. That are turning a lot of things around in NAFDAC. We have digitalized about 70% of our processes, but that is not the only thing. It's using data. We have data that once we harness them, we turn them to start working. Part of our digital learning and process optimization has led us to use AI at our Ports Inspection Directorate. We want to use AI in sound alike, look alike, so that we can expedite our processing, our registration processing. We have 4 staff officers that are good in data, that are actually going through data science, because we want to capacitate our staff. We have about 20 more staff. One of the benefits in NAFDAC is you can actually be a full-time staff and do masters or PhD, because we are building for the future. But in terms of digitalization, we have included those gifted staff to pursue data science, short course, long course, or whatever, in order to help us. But data. I was at a meeting last week, like I mentioned, and what we have been, and this is a Gates Foundation-driven gathering, is when we presented, they were shocked at what NAFDAC is doing, because we presented what we are proposing, using AI for inspection, using AI for registration. But part of what we discussed, the NRAs, is actually smart learning, that we should create an AI platform where learning of different regulatory activities can become continental. So we are really working on those. In terms of the cholera outbreak, it's unfortunate, and it was good that they said it wasn't registered by NAFDAC. First, the fact that, and I want to talk about micro small businesses. Thank God it was not linked to a micro small business. But we have, if a micro small business submits to us, we have to test. We have to put expiration date best by this date. So that is why what we are doing, it underscores the reason why we need to also go through all the gamut of testing and inspection for our MSMEs. I think I will leave it that way, but thank you so much for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. Our publisher has extended your remarks time to 1 minute. I think I should get some ure from you. So from left to right, please give us your closing remark, Mr.
Thank you very much. Madam DG has said it all. In finance, our priority is for us to help our DG to achieve our mandate for the agency. And in trying to do that, we have been very prudent. She's the leader of the agency. And in our opening remarks, she mentioned that she came to NAFDAC and she wanted us to have a new orientation in terms of financial management, and she has done that. We have been very prudent in management our resources, and through that, we know that what government gives out now is very, very small. So internally, we have been looking for us to generate more funds, and she has been helping us through by collaborating with other international bodies who have been giving us money, because what we got from government is very small. We don't have, government doesn't give us overhead, but we internally, we fund our head and our capital budget. So we want to thank her for all our efforts, making sure that NAFDAC succeeds through effective financial management. Thank you.
So from the safety point of view, I want to say that health is wealth. A healthy nation is a wealthy nation. Drug safety monitoring is a must. It is your responsibility and our responsibility. NAFDAC is only coordinating, but the healthcare providers and our consumers are responsible. When we do our bits, we'll be able to get it right. Technology is a key important aspect of what we're doing. Introduction of the Med Safety app for reporting adverse drug reaction has become a game changer for us. Without safety data, we cannot inform regulatory decisions. So we need everybody, all hands on deck, if we must get it right, because we need the safety data to make informed regulatory decisions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yes, Juvena, a Roman poet, says that Messana in corpore sano. That means sound mind in a sound body. And if you are talking of economic, moving NAFDAC from a regulatory body to an economic, that means NAFDAC has performed well in ensuring safety. Then NAFDAC is now moving to be an economic driver. And that aspect of maintaining a sound body needs a sound mind to be able to run the economy. Now, legally, one place I want NAFDAC, because NAFDAC have done enough and they are doing much, and there is still much to be done. One aspect I just want the NAFDAC to take cognizance of is the synergy between sister bodies. NAFDAC, trademark, NAFDAC, FCCPC, NAFDAC, SON, NAFDAC, NDLEA, and NAFDAC, every other thing, the synergy. Because when you talk about clients, I love the way, Madam DG will always say clients. The moment you use the word client, that means you're a business person already. So when you talk about clients, they look out for how easy these processes are. Renewing their licensing, getting it faster, doing things. And when these licenses or certificates are cancelled by the court and a court order and everything, and NAFDAC is informed, what does NAFDAC do? You understand? That is what I want NAFDAC to work together with other sister bodies to ensure that it's implemented. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. So I will mention it again. It's about data. It's about digitization. DG said we've gotten maturity level 3. We want to move to maturity level 4. If you look at the requirements for maturity level 4, is digitization and automation. I think in doing this, the responsibility will be more on the directors to look at in your directorate, which processes can we begin with? She mentioned 70% already digitized, so we have a responsibility to our clients to ensure that we have a well-streamlined business model, business process, that will support their business. And technology is for now and also for the future. So we say digital is for the future. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the only person that will have to thank the business day MD with all the emphasis at my command for putting together this. We look forward to a continuing engagement with you, and this is the type of sensitization we have always, yearned for and looked forward to. Well, what NAFDAC has is a regulatory vision, world-class regulator that ensures availability of quality and safe food, drugs, and other regulated products. What it means is we have a strengthened regulatory system that ensures quality assured products. Already most of our processes are digitized, and that leads to business facilitation. And that also leads to socio-economic development. So thank you once more for putting this together.
Yes, good afternoon once again. My closing remark will actually be to the representative of small and medium-scale enterprises that are represented here, that you should be grateful to the DG because of the strategies that we have put in place to ensure that you get your product registered seamlessly without having to go through a consultant. We have a desk office in Lagos State Office. Whatever information that you need to get your product registered, you will be given. And in line with the mood of the nation right now, the DG has actually granted a reduction in the tariff for those of you that have not been able to renew your license on time. And actually, we granted a complete waiver in between January and March, but now it's a complete reduction. So please tell your people that they should come forward and renew their license as at when due. Thank you.
Okay. Let me re-echo the gratitude to Business Day. I've attended quite a number of fora like this, and I think engagements like this we just can't have enough of it. So thank you very much, sir. I will go back to the comments made by the madam over there. We take a whole lot for granted. I'll say, let me use the word just like madam, they are few and far between. One of the major problems we have in the country is institutional weakness. It's sad that, God rest her soul, the last person to make this kind of impact was also a professor. So you have an agency that then has to rely on the strength of the character leading it part-time. That is one of the greatest disasters we face as a nation. So as we rise today, it will be my own charging to the NAFDAC leadership. Let us not stop at the processes. Let us focus also on building an institution. You have very able, deputies around you. It will be good if there is a whole, in fact, let's say intensive role modeling. Your life already speaks to some of us. But can we rightly say we have 2 or 3 people who can take over from you? Then, I know even if you do have this, we have the issues that always come, order from the above and all of that, but let us do our bit first. So this is really a call that while we are doing this, let us try to build this institution. I see wonderful people in this room who are in charge at this point. Before coming for this, I had no clue this is the state of NAFDAC. That's the truth. But God preserving your life, you still be there for, as long as it's necessary to take us there, ma. But what is more important is for you to have a legacy to look back upon and say, all the good works I've done, this new person will carry forward. There is also the specifics of mutual recognition. We also are a viable exporting country in this sector. Mutual recognition, I've not heard anybody speak about it, but it's an important component that we should also please look at, so that these SMEs can also earn dollars as you move along.
Thank you very much, sir, because of our time.
Okay, so like every other speaker, I would like to thank this day for Business Day, sorry. Business Day for putting this together. It's right on point. It's right on point. And then going with the theme, economic development and transformation, I would like to assure everyone that NAFDAC is not only trying to ensure quality, safety, and efficacy. We are also trying to build a local sphere of manufacturing. Looking at the pharma markets, for example, in 2017, the African pharmaceutical market was estimated to be between $20.7 billion. And then the bad part of it, 70% of these markets are imports. So that means local manufacturers are getting nothing out of it. But with the drive of the DG, NAFDAC is looking into empowering local manufacturers. This has been seen on the drug sector with the 5+5 and the ceiling list. It's like a hand-holding and making local manufacturers to be able to stand and compete in international trade, looking at the AFCFTA. So I think we are doing it with the pharma. The medical device has joined, and it will definitely touch the food aspect. So with that, I would like to assure everyone that NAFDAC has a dream and a desire, and it will come to pass.
All right, thank you very much. We appreciate our panelists and also the DG for our inputs. Once again, thank you very much for listening.
Okay. Okay.
Where's it?
Madam, don't forget to say something about the event. How do you feel about it?
Okay.
Because today,
Yes.
you are there.
Okay. Okay. Quickly, somebody passed this on to me. That some pesticides are banned across the world, but we're still using them. Not really. We have classified our pesticides into groups. The ones that have been banned, like paraquat, paraquat is banned here. But we are phasing out the use of some of the pesticides that have been banned because we don't want to also shut down agriculture. So we are phasing them out. I want to make sure that we all know that the veterinary medicine and allied products are working round the clock to ensure that pesticides that we use are the pesticides that we are supposed to use. There was a survey that actually went out about 3 months ago in terms of use of pesticides to sensitize the users, to sensitize them on the use of, or the safety rather, of pesticides. I want to also leave something with us. It is use of consultants. Consultants have really made a bad impact on MSMEs. NAFDAC doesn't have consultants. We do not have consultants for registration of products. But some people will say that they are NAFDAC consultants. We don't know them. What an MSME is supposed to pay 37,000 for, a consultant will be getting 350,000 naira. We are here. Please don't be too hasty in terms of working with us, because at the end of the day, the consultants run away with the money without really getting the outcome. I needed to bring that up. We do not have consultants for MSMEs. Thank you very much. And let me, before this session, you know, when Mr. Hassan came to my office about 3 months ago, we talked, interviewed, and whatnot, and he proposed this dialogue session. I just never knew the impact it's going to make. The interactions that have taken place today have underscored the need for us to engage more. Yes, so I want to say thank you very much for this session, and we look forward to better interaction and more interactions. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So we are coming to the final stretch of today's program. I'll be inviting for presentation Mrs. Rosalyn Ajayi, the Director, Southwest Zone, Market Control and Trade, for our presentation, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, DG Ma. Good afternoon, Business Day family, colleagues, and all present here. Yes, I'm representing the zonal directors. I'm representing the zone. I'm presenting for the zones. Can I have the first slide? I'm not going to speak too much on the first slide because, okay, the content, I'll be going through the NAFDAC zonal structure, the functions of the zones, the functions. We have the inspection and registration activities. We have the safety and compliance monitoring activities. We have trade facilitation activities. We have the oversight functions, and then contributions and achievement, then challenges. Next slide. The DG has spoken a lot about how the zonal structure came about. It is a concern on the ease of doing business that led to the centralization of registration process, and because of the sensitive nature of approval registration, that effort cannot be left to a lesser rank than directors. And that is why the DG approved and upgraded the zones to be headed by directors. And then we have states under each zone. There are 6 zones, and those 6 zones are according to the 6 geopolitical regions of Nigeria, and of course 2 special offices, the FCT office and the Lagos State office. Of course, the DG has spoken to the other components of the slide, so let's go to the next slide. Now, the functions. My colleagues in other coordinating directors have spoken extensively about what they do, but we are the grassroots. The zonal directors are the grassroots implementing the policies, the strategies, and the guidelines that come from the other technical directorates. For instance, under the inspection and registration activities, we do a lot of online and offline vetting. The offline vetting of documents are done on site. When we get to site, many times they submit documents, and then when you get to site, you discover that the documents they have submitted are not speaking to what is on ground. So that is why we don't just take their documents that we have seen online. When we get there on site, we also do that. Of course, we do inspections for the purpose of registration. We do inspection for the purpose of renewals, because registration is not once for a lifetime. I tell people when they argue, why do we have to do renewal inspection? I say human beings even expire. So licenses expire, they have validity period. So we do, reassess the manufacturing practice in order to ensure that status quo remain. And then, of course, we do follow-up inspections for instances where there are compliances. And then we have special inspection that is advisory. Of course, we do sampling for laboratory, and then we conduct product approvals at the zonal level. Then the safety and compliance monitoring activities. We heard about from pharmacovigilance post-market surveillance, we do them at the state levels. Because many times, people cannot come from Abuja, from Lagos, to the nooks and crannies of the cities. So it is at the zonal level that we conduct routine inspections, post-market surveillance, investigations. We do some form of investigation before we extend to investigation and enforcement directorates. Because many times, some of these alerts are false. So we have to do some basic investigation to be sure that the information we are getting is right before we involve the investigation and enforcement. Then, of course, we do the work of pharmacovigilance. We do some forms of narcotics and controlled substances. And basically, we are engaged in conducting surveys. This is from the surveys that we have data that we now project to the Center for Decision Making and Policy Regulatory Decisions. Then we are also involved in trade facilitation activities. For instance, when they apply online for warehouse inspections, for technical directorates, many times they will not send people from Lagos or from Abuja to inspect the warehouse to see the suitability. So it is at the state level that we go, we do inspections for them, for the purposes of permits. For instance, in FSAN now, we inspect warehouses for them to be able to, we give reports so that they can be issued permits to import their raw materials. The same thing with chemical evaluation and research, veterinary medicine and allied products, NCS, DER, and critically for trade facilitation. The ports are clogged with containers. So when you have containers arriving at the ports, in order to clear the ports, the containers are released to the states, and they are released, and we are expected to go and do some fast-track inspections and give them report. Of course, we do this fast-track inspection in conjunction with customs, because if they leave them until they are inspected at the ports, of course, we have issues. And so they are released for us to do that at the state level. Of course, good hygiene practice is also done for export products. So we do that. Then the oversight function. We are engaged in capacity building and mentoring. When we visit the states under the zones, we do facility tour to verify the reports that each state coordinator submits to us. We do stakeholders engagement. Each time we visit any state, we conduct stakeholders engagement, we do sensitization, and of course, we do advocacy visits to opinion leaders, religious leaders, traditional leaders. Next slide, please. The DG has spoken to this, the number of, that is the contribution of the zonal offices to the success of NAFDAC and challenges. The DG has spoken to it. These are the figures that we got as at 2023. And I just have this as an example, but I will not need to speak to this again because if the previous slide is a summary. And I will only say that I won't speak to the figure. We have increase in the number of facilities. Sorry, I'll move to the third bullet. Nigerian entrepreneurs are now empowered to export some of their registered products following after endorsement. You know, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. If our products are the MSME products, if they don't measure up in quality, then Nigeria will be made a dumping ground, and we will not be able to export, we will not be able to put our products out there. But with, you know, the nurturing and empowerment and the quality of the MSME product, they are also players in the African international trade. Then, of course, efficient PMS, that's post-market marketing surveillance at the grassroots. Many times, It leads to mop-up of substandard products from circulation, reducing therapeutic failures, and of many things that the DG has said as consequence of or achievement of PMS. And of course, routine and surveillance activities we will engage in also to ensure safe food, preventing food poisons and illnesses. These all have economic implications. Yes. Next slide. Challenges. Manpower, as everybody has said, operational vehicles. One of the panelists talked about insecurity, and that if they know areas that we cannot get to, so they will go there to locate their facilities. We have areas of insecurity that we cannot penetrate. Then subsidy removal and rising operational running costs, my DG has spoken about it. Inadequate, then poor infrastructure like road network. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So I'll be welcoming pharmacist Chike Obiano, Director of Planning, Research and Statistics, if he's here for his presentation. Okay. Pharmacist Uchenna Sonny Afoekelu, represented by pharmacist Emmanuel Armon. Okay, Dr. Leonard Omokpariola, Director, Chemical Evaluation and Research, represented by Dr. Alton. 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
Dear DGMA, distinguished ladies and gentlemen seated, my directors, I here to speak for my director that has some engagement outside, just to speak on market control, the activity of market control in NAFDAC. Next slide. It's critical to say that market control is one of the cardinal areas in the regulatory ecosystem, and also speak to the searchlight on how you can x-ray the performance of a national regulatory system. Why? Because it looks at the quality of products that is placed in the market. If you want to know the strength of any NRA in the world, just go to the market, pick their product on shelf and test and know that if NRAs perform it or not. And that is why this market surveillance and control is critical. Critical, and it has 4 cardinal points of operations that has been inducted by WHO. And one of it is import control activities. It has to do straight with import control activities. How do this product come into the country and how do they leave the country? The second one has to do with the prevention, dictation, and so respond to substandard and falsified products. Have they been regulated? The third one has to do with market surveillance program, that is monitoring of the quality of this product. The fourth one has to do with the control of promotional marketing and advertisement of this product in the market. To this end, because of its importance, the World Health Assembly ignited 3 different resolutions at 3 different times, in 1988, in 1994, and also in 2012, of its importance. To this reason, the NAFDAC also key to this line and carve some directorates that are to operate in this format. And these directorates are in this order. We have the Port Inspectorate that fulfill the requirement of the import control activities. The current DG has mentioned that more using the risk-based sampling and also the CRIA. We have the Chemical Evaluation and Research Directorate that also speak to the function of the monitoring of the quality of product in the market, basically on the raw materials that are coming to the country. We have the Post-Marketing Surveillance Directorate, which is key and primary because they've done a lot in this system, monitoring the GSDP from the distributor, importers, as also the wholesalers. We have the Investigation and Enforcement Directorate that has been discussed at length because it is the enforcement activities, it is the strength of any NRA. An NRA is determined by the bite on its enforcement activity. If the enforcement is weak, that NRA is weak. Then we have narcotics and controlled substances that deal with psychotropic substances and chemicals that regulate this. Besides that, we also have the advertisement and control, which is the marketing authorization. Next slide. Now, these are just the play out of what I just enumerated about the Port Inspectorate. DG has listed that. Next slide. Also, enforcement, that will say these are the strength of the NRA and what they do and what they have to do. Keep pressing it so that we'll get all the slides. So you can see the involvement investigation. Also, the CWC Centers Arrest and Investigation is all embedded in this directorate, and that is work. Next slide. Now, chemical evaluation and research that houses the issue of the raw materials that come used to test for the quality. They have these 4 activities in focus. It has to control the chemical security and safety, monitor the dual use chemicals, and also instrument the dual use factor and the response to emergency. Next slide. Narcotics and controlled substances cannot be overemphasized because of the great work they are doing in this sphere to ensure availability of controlled substance for the illicit use. Next slide. The director has explained this. And the PMS would dwell a little bit here because they have huge here for the GSDP, which they address to issue to marketers, importers, and distributors, and how they handle these products, particularly if the storage is not in good fix. No matter how the quality of the product is being processed from the manufacturer, it will be contaminated and to affect the integrity. Next slide. Next slide. These are the directors involved in this directorate. Next slide, please. Now, this is where we'll just speak a little bit about our achievement in 2024. That takes us within the half of the year, just 6 months, and look at the huge successes that has been overturned. Over 707 seizures and confiscation of violated products was being exacerbated by enforcement and I&E directorates. We have over 10 engagements with critical stakeholders, implementation of full dissertation. That's what we are talking about on market authorizations. The GSD goods storage and distribution practice inspection, we have over 600 carried out. Then we have 2,300 import permit issued for raw materials to come into the country, and with over 744 investigation and surveillance. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And our final presentation will be taken by Barrister Bello Mohammed, Deputy Director in charge of Legal Services, ably represented by Barrister Abutu. Please make him feel welcome as he comes up stage, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam DG. This day, leadership, I want to... Business Day, very sorry. Business Day leadership. I want to thank you for putting this together. I represent my boss, Mr. Bello, who is unable to attend this function. Next slide. Now, I don't want to go into the detail of this, but this is these are the divisions that you have under the Legal Services Directorate. Next one, please. Our function basically is the defending the agency in civil suits before all courts, because you know what will do sometime impacts on the rights of people, and so they go to court, civil litigations, so we defend the agency. Prosecution is what we do to try to keep offenders away. Of course, like my colleague said, if your enforcement activity is what actually can drive compliance, one of the things I've heard from a regulator is that there are some people who will naturally comply, others will not comply, and then the people who will not comply will sit on the fence and watch what will happen to those who would fail to comply. And if nothing happens to them, again, they join those who will not comply. So you use that prosecutorial tool to be able to whip them to lion. We render legal advice to all the formations of the agency. We present agency position paper to National Assembly, and State Assembly, where there are new bills that have been proposed. Next one, please. Vetting of legal documents, drafting of contract, and all of that. These are all part of the things that we do. The next one, please. Next. Now, our achievement. As a directorate, we have successfully hosted 2 international judges conferences in Nigeria, with the management helping us. The essence of this is, if you are going to go to the courts, you need the court system to understand what you are doing. So if they don't understand the system, I've had 2 days ago I was in court and then I was trying to explain why products that we regulate need to get advert clearance, and the judge was asking me, why do you think they need advert clearance? I said they are not just commodities, they impact on health. So to be able to deal with issues when it relates to food, talking about food fraud or unnecessarily promoting something that people will take that has health impact on them, they do not understand. So for that kind of purpose, we put judges together. It was an international conference where we had regulators from India, we had judges from the United States, South Africa, and all of that. So twice we have had that kind of conference so that we can educate judges before whom we are very likely to appear to put our position forward. We have been able to, as a directorate, also reduce the cases that external lawyers used to handle before. About 95% of our cases are now handled in-house, as opposed to before, that we just simply watch brief and external lawyers handle our matters. And again, we have also successfully conducted training for regulatory officers in all the zones. The training exercise is basically to educate our regulatory officers to stay within the confines of the powers that the law actually grants to them, so that they understand that they don't get angry in dealing with people, or that whatever they do, that they must act within the law. So we carried out that kind of training, and we did that around, in all the zones. The next one. So economic impact, I would say that sound legal advice will guide regulatory decisions. Sound legal advice will guide regulatory decisions. Regulatory decisions aim to promote local production, leading to industrialization and economic growth. And enforcement through criminal prosecution helps to discourage or deter violators and then promote compliance. Compliance ensures availability of quality and safe regulated products. Now, safe and quality product impacts on the health and population of the citizenry, and we all agree that if your population is healthy, there's a way that it impacts on the tradition and economic growth. So successful defense of the agency in civil litigation saves government money that otherwise would have been paid out in damages. Next slide. So at the directorate level, slow pace of the judicial system is a challenge. We don't really have serious control over that. We have transfer, elevation to the higher court, then retirement, and sometimes death, which will bring matters to start all over again. All of these are challenges that we have at the level of the directorate, and then sometimes transfer, retirement, death of witnesses can also mean that a particular matter that has been dragging for so long can just be stalled because your key witness is no longer there. Or when you have to bring them from outside after retirement, it costs you so much. Weak penalties in our laws are a challenge that we also face. When someone was talking about 50,000 naira fine, it would surprise you to see that we still have some fines in place of punishment that could actually be as low as 5,000. When DG was talking about the staff strength, yes, we have issues relating to staff strength, but there's also the issue of obstructing officers that are available to work. And so when they go out to work, sometimes they are even attacked. And when they are attacked, you find that the punishment for attacking somebody who is regulating, who is coming to help you, is just a meager 5,000 naira or 2 years imprisonment. And part of why the DG is trying to pursue the review that is before the National Assembly that she talked about is to take up that fine. Part of it is to take up that fine so that it will actually increase the prison term as well. funding is a challenge. We can't talk. Then at the agency level, the problem that we have is overlapping functions within government agencies. Every now and then you find overlapping functions and all of that. What you do, you see other people also doing similar thing, and then particularly the MSME, they complain about people. You come today, you say, oh, you have to put your waste bin in this place. Another person come and say, this is how you should put it. And if you don't do those things, you are violating here, you are complying there, it leaves this whole. But again, government is, the Business Facilitation Act 2023 is a good effort. That act tries to take provisions from different acts to be able to see how we can work, and then it has impacted on trademark, it has impacted on NAFDAC Act as well, it has impacted on SON and all of that, has taken several provisions that they consider. All of that is so that we can ease the business in Nigeria, and I think that will contribute significantly to industrialization and economic growth. Political intervention and then politicization of policies. For instance, the ban on alcoholic beverage below 200 milligram was politicized. It was a very good intention, but was politicized. And at some point, you hear even from those who are in government trying to breathe down the neck of NAFDAC to say, oh, you must. But it's a good thing that management is standing, on the ground that no, we're not moving, because at some time she talked earlier about to be a leader, you must be able to don't seek popularity, but do what is right. So in that regard, that's a good example of when people in political intervention and when people try to politicize issues that ordinarily was properly intended. So delay in law review, like the National Assembly, the 9th Assembly started that review of our laws, the Counterfeit Act and the NAFDAC Act. Up till now, we are still back and forth with them. We are following up with them. We are hopeful that it will come back to us, the way we want it, so that it can, also help us do the work that we have to do. Lean manpower and financial resources, we have talked about that over and over. We can't exhaust that. So in conclusion, I just want to say that industrialization and economic growth can be promoted by deliberate policies and legal framework that delivers legitimate expectation. NAFDAC operates within the rule of law to achieve her mandate. So if you follow the law, NAFDAC delivers those expectations that promotes industrialization and economic prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I mean, every good thing also comes to an end. Let me start by expressing our profound appreciation to the Director General and all the directors of NAFDAC for the opportunity that we have to spend almost a whole day together this afternoon. It's important that fora like this are held. I can assure you. Last night I was, I'm not going to mention the ambassador. I was in the home of an ambassador for dinner last night. And there were 6 other people who were with us, myself and my wife. And in the course of the evening, a conversation started about performance of Nigerian ministers. And there was this man who then began to read the Nigerian ministers who were performing on his fingertips. And the ambassador then asked, but how about this minister? And he said, no, he should be fired. And I said, you know what, with the ambassador, that I agreed with the ambassador. And it turned out that I only had an opportunity once, not too long ago, just to sit down to listen to the minister. And my mind changed. And the ambassador said it turned out it was that day that his own mind changed about the minister, and that he had actually written a report on the minister after that day to his home government just to say what he had learned that day about the minister. That is how my understanding and my appreciation of NAFDAC and the work that it does has also changed today. And I can assure you, personally, And Business Day is a fan and a strong fan of NAFDAC and Madam DG. We will work together to ensure that the good work that NAFDAC is doing is well propagated, well amplified, and canvassed in the public space. Because truly, it is not just for the benefit of those who are in NAFDAC, but for the benefit of the 219 million people. If they trust NAFDAC, if they appreciate NAFDAC, they will become better clients of NAFDAC. I like the idea of the DG seeing all of us ultimately as clients. And it says a lot about the culture at NAFDAC. Madam, I thank you. But you know, another thing that I have learned today is about the great array of senior personnel, qualified people, diligent people who are supporting you to do the great work that you're doing. Often we have ideas about people who work in government. And you can permit me. I'm from Benin. When I was coming to Lagos for the very first time, it was during the days when drug pushing was prevalent. And we were warned as journalists to believe that everyone in Lagos driving a flashy car is a drug pusher. But I came to Lagos, and one by one, I was meeting people in Lagos who were not drug pushers. And I was asking myself, okay, so what is this? What's this, lie? So it's good that we continue this engagement. And we have also said that in addition to engaging SMEs, MSMEs, and the others, we will work with NAFDAC to provide capacity building for the journalists that cover NAFDAC, because ultimately, they are the ones who are telling your stories where you don't even have a voice, so that they can better understand the work and to lay bare before them the quality of the people who are in NAFDAC and the quality of the work that these people are doing. Ladies and gentlemen, dear DG, it's been a long day, and we would like to bring this session to a close. We thank all of you, and we thank our DG especially for the patience. Sometimes when we work with big people, they come, take the photographs, and then they disappear. But DG has been here from the very first minute to the very end, and we really appreciate you, madam. The conversation is going to continue at different fora outside of this place. But I think we have built a solid foundation for the work that is ahead. So let's free ourselves. We will take some pictures, and after that, I'm sure we are all able to begin to head out back to the office or back to our homes after what I believe has been a very exciting day. Madam DG, thank you very much. And dear directors, thank you for your presentations. Thank you. Thank you.
Forum 2024, themed Leadership in Tough Economic Times, featuring renowned speakers including Olayemi Kadoso, Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Catherine Dugan, Dean of the Business School at Cape Town University, South Africa, Patrick Njoroge, former Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, and Michael Opeyemi Bamidele, Leader of the Senate, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Date: Thursday, July 11th, 2024. Time: 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Venue: Balmoral Hall, Federal Palace Hotel, Victoria Island, Lagos. Don't miss out on this opportunity to network, Gain insights and drive results at the Business Day CEO Forum 2024. Register now and secure your seat among industry elites. See you there. For sponsorship and further inquiries, please contact Esther on 0706 299 9744.